Okay, and we are live. Welcome, 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 everyone. Happy Friday to each and everyone. Hope everyone had a wonderful and productive week and having a wonderful start to the weekend. Welcome those in television land. Welcome to our silent viewers, and welcome to those in the chat. We really appreciate you guys being here each and every Friday. We know that you could have been doing something else, but you chose to be with us, and we really appreciate that. So, welcome, welcome again. And tonight's topic is Prosecution Ironclad case versus Townsend Brady violation strategy. So, guys, please share us out if you can, and like up the live as you come in. And if you're new, please subscribe to our channel, show us some support, and share us out as much as you can. Again, thank you so much for joining us, and welcome to our new subscribers. Really appreciate each and every one of you. And in the chat today, we have Tiffany says, I'm waiting more than 24 hours. Still no mystic. Well, we are here in life and living colors. And Truck Life is here. Welcome, Truck Life. Thank you so much, guys, for your continued support. And Truck Life is saying good night, Mystic Sensation. And the Taylor's family saying good night. Guys, blessings to you all. Blessings to you, Taylor's family. Welcome. Happy Friday. And Truck Life is saying you guys are looking great as always. Enough love, respect, and appreciation. Likewise to you, Truck Life. Thank you so much.
Bless yourself, Truck Life.
Enough love and respect to you guys as well. And Truck Life is blessing up Taylor's family. All right, guys. And now that Charles is in the building saying good night, listening from New York. Welcome,
right,
Nada. Thank you so much for joining. Really appreciate you being here. All right, so we are going to start. And Baron, I am turning over to you.
All right. Thanks again. Thank you, wifey, for greeting the chat as usual. Welcome again to all my listeners. Really thankful for you to be here, on another Friday, to interact as usual. I know that, yes, I have been consistently following the Donnelly's case.
Hello. Welcome.
And
each and everyone. Happy Friday.
The primary reason for that is, not myself alone. A lot of us definitely want to ensure that justice done in this particular case. But I'm bringing forward this issue as it relates to some, research that I had done, and based on certain conversation, right, in the YouTube space, in the social media space, right, as it relates to certain strategies. For last week, we were, speaking on the issue of Noel Maitland strategies, try to get into his mind space, because we know that he has a long time to really consider, where he goes, from there as it relates to what is set now into the trial space. So now we have reached the trial, right? And so then this is the time period allotted to him, whether or not he is going to plea. We would happy, for him to plea, but thinking of the worst case scenario, if he doesn't plea, based on certain settings that I have seen so far, right? The side that I'm taking, right, is I don't think he's going to plea, right, based on certain circumstances. we were discussing last week as it relates to might be the possible grossness of what he had done, right? He doesn't want to come out and really plead. And based on certain expectations, right, from the prosecution in terms of certain requirement to meet that plea, because as we were mentioning last week, that the prosecution, right, is the entity that has the plea power, not the defense, right? But we were wondering as it relates to, his strategy, right? Not pleading. And it is no surprise if he doesn't plead, because in the initial stage of the case, right? Probably myself, I think I overlooked an intended strategy that was actually lined by the defense team, right? And I'm going to remind us all of something that was communicated in the initial stage of Noel Maitland bail hearing. And, I remember specifically, right, what had communicated, and I want to just remind you folks what was communicated by the defense team. We all should be reminded that the defense team claimed at one point that the prosecution, right, attempted to ambush the defense team by not, of course, revealing certain information that the prosecution had at the time. And the case was postponed and, for the prosecution to reorganize. Now, I did some research on, that sort of, technicalities, right? And I realized that the defense, right, team, knowing to the fact that the prosecution case, right, based on what we are looking on, right, is very strong as it relates to the circumstantial evidence and the blood type evidence, and how the defense may strategize if there is no plea, right, and going full full force with a trial, right? What are some of the strategy that the lawyer can use? So, guys, tonight I want to let us be aware of a strategy that was automatically utilized, right, by the defense in claiming that the prosecution wanted to ambush the defense as it relates to the prosecution duty to enclose, right? So what I'm going to do, right? Sorry about that when I said the prosecution duty to enclose. The prosecution have a right. It is a prosecution duty to hand over all the evidence, right, that they have in their possession to the defense, so that the defense can be properly prepared, right, and seen all the evidence that is against the defense. So I am going to show the public what my research led to, right? And the research, right, is one that is known as the Brady violation. If you notice on the thumbnail, right, what I have there, the prosecution ironclad case versus Townsend defense, the Brady violation strategy. Now, let me tell you something about the Brady violation strategy. The Brady violation strategy is sometimes when you have the prosecution case, right, is pretty much strong. I want to explain this. Pretty much strong. And the defense, right, try to win the case, on certain technicalities. And so then the prosecution has to ensure that they are dotting all the I's, crossing all the T's to make sure that there is no technical error. Because the truth be told, Jamaica, as it relates to the law, right, it is embedded in law where the prosecution, right, has the right to disclose all the information against, right, the defendant. And so then, while I find this research in the United States where Brady, right, who committed, right, crime number 3 as it relates to murder, he had gotten away, even although the evidence was strong against him. So let me just remind people where we are going to go. I'm going to play it for you people and let you understand so you can, understand, the entire case holistically, right? One of the reasons why Noel Maitland wouldn't plead, right? I don't have any evidence to say that Noel Maitland is not going to plead. Let me make that clear. But what I'm going to say to you is that based on my research as it relates to the Brady's violation, I am going to play a clip for you to all listen attentively. That even although the prosecution has a ironclad case, right? The defendant, if the prosecution doesn't dot all the I's, cross all the T, right, in making sure that they do the right thing. And one of the reasons for me to come out with this, it is very important to give this information out there, right, so that the prosecution, right, to be more cognizant. And I know that the prosecution would have been aware, but right, the important thing is to make sure that all the evidence that the prosecution have must pass on, right, to the defense, because you don't want the defense to play, right, a strategy where he's going to try to get off his client as a result of technical difficulties, right? So without any hesitation, I'm going to play that clip for you, and we are going to all, right, listen in and see what can happen, even though the prosecutions, right, sometimes have ironclad case. So stay tuned and listen to the clip.
Okay, guys, so I am just gonna share the screen.
All right, so yes.
Okay, which one? This one.
So listen attentively, and then after the clip played, then we are going to discuss it. All right?
About what you know about this case and why it was dismissed.
Well, I mean, I know what is publicly available. I don't have any particular insights as to what happened in the courtroom. I know it was a case that a fairly new murder case. It was a 2020 case. And then during the course of the development of the evidence in the case, they discovered that there was a cell phone that they had in their possession. And when I say they, the police department, at the very least, we know that the police department had this phone and had apparently done a data dump on it, was able to obtain information from the phone as a result of a cooperating witness who gave them the passcode and everything. This was a phone that belonged to the alleged victim in the case. And so a defense attorney is going to want to know what's on the alleged victim's phone, particularly to the extent that the alleged victim may have been involved in nefarious activity on his own. So,
do you want to grow your YouTube channel? Do you want to earn more views, more subscribers, more watch time, and of course, make more money?
Sorry for that, guys.
One of the things that we demand and we're entitled to receive from a law enforcement agency and from the DA's office by extension is anything that is considered exculpatory or mitigating. So that it comes about as a as a result of a Supreme Court case from 1963, Brady versus Maryland, which had the holding in it that it's a due process violation for a defendant to not be provided with all evidence, not just the evidence the prosecution thinks is important. So they are not allowed to make the decision what evidence is provided to a defense attorney. We, as defense attorneys, are entitled to all the evidence, good, bad, or otherwise. And we don't even have to ask for it. They're supposed to provide that to us as a part of their ongoing obligation to provide all the evidence to the defense. And a lot of departments and a lot of prosecutors' offices have made great strides toward making sure that if evidence is not provided, we know why and who's to blame for that. Corpus Christi Police Department, our DA's office, most of the surrounding law enforcement agencies cross-check each other to make sure all the evidence has been provided. They give each other affidavits of compliance that would have some enforcement teeth to them if it turned out that a lead detective on a case signs off on one of these affidavits, swearing to the fact that he's provided all the evidence to the DA's office, and it turns out he either negligently or deliberately did not. Now, Brady doesn't make a distinction about that. It doesn't care whether or not it was overt malfeasance or just negligence. It's a due process violation regardless, because the failure to provide the evidence is what invokes Brady. And of course, since Brady, we've had the Michael Morton Act in Texas, which actually involved overt malfeasance, a prosecutor who deliberately withheld evidence of Michael Morton's innocence, DNA evidence. Obviously, he was not the perpetrator of the crime. And, he went to prison and he spent a considerable amount of time in prison before that particular case was found out. That DA is no longer a DA. Then we have something similar here. We have a cell phone that clearly was not provided to the defense. And at that point, after the trial has started, after a jury has been seated and sworn, Jeopardy has attached a discovery violation at that point in the proceedings. Really requires that the case be dismissed because it's too late to fix that problem. And that ruins everything. It ruins everything because now we don't know whether or not what the outcome of the case would have been, whether or not a guilty person goes free or an innocent person would have been convicted is no longer the issue because the case is over with. And it's no longer an issue whether winning or losing. It's that justice hasn't been done. And justice didn't get done because somebody didn't do their job correctly. And we know that for a fact. Somebody dropped the ball. It's a question of sorting out who dropped the ball and what remedy is available for that. But the alleged victim's family is left without resolution. We are left without knowing whether or not a guilty person has gone free or, possibly an innocent person would have been facing a conviction that he didn't deserve. Anytime that happens, the entire system is thrown into turmoil. When justice isn't done, we all suffer as a result.
Yeah, obviously it's not ever about winning or losing, but that must be devastating to a family too, because they never get justice.
Closure, anything. And sometimes, there are some families who, Mr. Naranjo's family in particular, he has dodged literally a bullet on this. He has avoided an outcome, a reckoning with the jury. He had a great attorney. The state was represented by a great attorney. Mr. Flores is an upstanding guy. Not a question in my mind that he would not have done anything like this deliberately. So the question is, who dropped the ball and where? And that's one of those questions that may never be answered because we have too much to continue to do. Unfortunately, the time can't be spent or probably won't be spent trying to analyze and figure out and avoid this problem in the future because time marches on. We have other cases that have to be tried, and we have to all do our job about making sure that defense attorneys have asked for and received all the relevant evidence in a case, that the courts have made sure all the evidence is exchanged hands before trial begins, before a jury is selected and seated and sworn. But unfortunately, that's water under the bridge as far as this case is concerned.
I mean, is that something that's become common here?
It's more common than it should be. It's way more common than it should be. And I know that the DA's office has put some safety checks into place to prevent this from happening. And I guess in any system where you're dealing with human beings, there's always going to be a lack of perfection, and there's going to be that human element. But it seems to be far more commonplace here than it is in other jurisdictions of this size. And one has to ask, what could be done that would prevent this? Because I know the defense bar is organized enough to, we bend over backwards. We're going after everything. We're asking for things multiple times. I routinely sit down with the DA's file and go through and compare their file with my file to make sure that there isn't something that has been overlooked, inadvertently not provided. Obviously, in a worst case scenario, maybe hidden, forgotten, lost. Those things happen.
And for people that don't know what is a Brady, it's a Brady violation, Brady law, what is the term and what does it mean?
Okay, so Brady has to do with the Supreme Court case Brady versus Maryland, in which a capital murder trial was conducted. There were two co-defendants, and one of the co-defendants actually had confessed. And that confession was not provided to Mr. Brady during the course of the trial, and so that was not presented to the jury. And obviously, a confessing co-defendant would be very, very germane evidence for you, if you were going to trial, to be able to show to the jury, hey, guess what, my co-defendant confessed. Now, it may not have been relevant to whether or not he actually participated, but it would certainly be mitigating at the very least. And the Supreme Court held that, denying that evidence, and it was apparently denied deliberately. It was not deliberately not provided to Mr. Brady. And so the holding in that case was denying of that is a due process violation for which the defendant is normally entitled to a rehearing or perhaps even a new trial. And then, of course, Texas adopted the Brady rule in the Michael Morton Act, which is codified in the Code of Criminal Procedure now, which requires as a statute that all evidence be provided to the defendant. And we don't, like I said, we don't even have to ask for it. They have an ongoing obligation to provide that. And every bit of it, the prosecutor, again, does not get to decide whether or not the evidence is relevant. All evidence has to be handed over to the defense.
Oh, so, okay. So there you have it. The reason for me to show this, because of course, the Donnelly's case is approaching the trial. And, I heard persons on YouTube speaking pertaining to the Donnelly's case and, making reference that, okay, the prosecution doesn't have to hand over certain evidence to the defense. Now I show you the proof, right? Show you what is prescribed, not only in the United States, right, but also in Jamaica. So for persons who believe that the prosecution ought to be strategic and don't hand over certain evidence to the defense, right? Remember, as you listen, that the defense doesn't even have to ask the prosecution for it. And it could be one of the strategies that simply apply, right, by the defense team, right, not to, again, pre-warn the prosecution, because it is the prosecution duty to disclose. And when you have cases that is very strong, right, as it relates to particularly this case, you don't want to have the prosecution making that error. And again, remember, the error doesn't even have to come from the prosecution either. The error can also comes from the investigators who withhold certain evidence, right? Now, let me say this. I know that for most persons who are following me, right, I spoke about, right, the contamination of the scene by Noel Maitland, and that Noel Maitland seek the assistance, right, of other persons, right, to contaminate the scene and obstruct justice. Now, people, as we know today, even now, there is no other charges forthcoming. right? Remember, I have been speaking about this from day one. Now, I've also spoke about situation with Kathian, and where there is no form of charges as it relates to aiding and abetting, right? So this is what I'm saying, and this is one of the reasons why I show this, that if there is certain evidence that the prosecution has, right, and might be delaying those evidence as a strategy to might be catch the defense off guard, right, it needs not to be done. And the reason why I am putting that information out there, because we want this case to be prosecuted. We want to make sure that all the gaps have been closed. We want to ensure that there is no room for technical errors. And so then one would say, then why Byron is coming back with this, right? This is the reason, right? Because from the initial stage, this was the very same thing that Townsend associate lawyers had accused the prosecution of in the initial stage. Who can remember when the lawyers were saying that the prosecution tried to ambush them? So then, it is not to say that they are not thinking about the Brady strategy, right? Simply means the prosecution has a right, right? The responsibility is with the prosecution to disclose all the evidences that they have in their arsenal. So for us on social media, right, who believe and giving information as if to say, okay, all right, the prosecution doesn't have to hand over everything to the defense. That is one of the biggest mistake. And trust me, for persons who are saying it, just need to desist in giving that sort of advice, because that advice, you understand, is Noel ticket out of his predicament. And we don't want to have that mistake or encouraging that. So we are here, right, ensuring that we want to know that, okay, if now we are approaching a trial, right? And for argument's sake, based on what we know about the case, right? As we speak, remember, there is no other charges apart from Noel Maitland being charged, right, for number 3. So when those charges are going to come, right? We have heard from police hierarchies that they are still investigating, and they are widened their net. They are not taking any tunnel vision, you understand, in this thing, right? And so then we take it to believe that, okay, since they don't have a tunnel vision approach, then of course we believe that more persons, right, would have been charged, right? Now, so here that we are going to approach a trial, right? If Noel Maitland doesn't plead, right? At what point in time that those charges are going to be mounted, if they are going to apply, right? And if the defense team, right, get all of that information prior to trial. Remember, I just played the tape, and what being communicated there said that all evidences, let me repeat it, all evidences are to be disclosed by the prosecutor. Simply means every single evidence that the prosecution team has need to hand over to the defense prior to the trial begin. And this is the reasons why I am saying, right, at this point, right, are we to, believe that, okay, all right, there's no more charges are going to, file? Then, so what they have is only what they have, and it is just, Noel Maitland, and no one else will be charged, right? If that's the case, then okay. But again, as you listen to the clip yourself, right, that if you have those other charges, right, it cannot, during the course of the trial, that the defense are going to be surprised, right? And this would be a significant failure. Remember, as what the gentleman explained, the lawyer explained there, that even although, right, it could be a mistake, even although it could be a genuine error, they are still going to dismiss the case because they said that due process was not done as it relates to the defense did not get the opportunity, the proper opportunity, right, to defend, right, himself. This is critically important, and this is the reason why I am coming out with it, because it is extremely important that the prosecution disclose, right, everything. So basically, as it relates to what is there now, right, is, okay, Noel Maitland being charged. During this period between now and February 9th, right, we are hoping that within that period, right, the prosecution clears up all the investigation as it relates to other persons who need to be charged, must be charged within this space of time, based on what we have heard there, right? And so then the prosecution need to make sure that all evidence being prepared, right? File has been completed, right? And they are ready to go for trial. And so then every single evidence that the prosecution have must be handed over to the defense, right, prior and begin the trial. So this is what I'm saying, right? Between now and February 9th, we are looking for other persons who we believe that may aid and abet Noel Maitland in contaminating the crime scene, obstruction of justice, aiding and abetting. We will see those charges, right, in between that period of time prior to, right, venture into the trial if Noel Maitland, right, doesn't plead, right? As I said, it would be wonderful for Noel Maitland to plead and, for at least, right, the family to get some closure. That is what we are hoping for. So let us just go into the chat here in terms of some of what you are saying, and of course I will respond accordingly.
Okay, guys. So just gonna welcome those who just recently joined us.
Yes.
So Lanika's Corner is in the building. Welcome, welcome. Thank you so much for joining. We also have NDS Stay Motivated Murray. Welcome. And Chad was also in the building, but he's out for a bit. He said he'll be back. Welcome, Chad. Thank you so much for joining. Taylor's family is also here saying blessings. Good night, Taylor's family. Thank you so much for joining. GND News Media is also here. Welcome, DND. Happy Friday to you. We also have King Lion. Welcome, welcome. Also, Vibes with the Thompsons. Welcome.
Bless himself, King.
Vibes, thank you so much for joining. Happy Friday. And we also have Acevedo from Team Happy. Happy Saturday to you. Thank you for joining. Nova Samaj is also in the building. Thank you.
Bless him,
Welcome.
Samaj.
Happy Friday to you. And I mentioned Lanika's Corner is
All
also
right.
here. Happy Friday. Who else is here? Teacher P is also here. Good night, Teacher P. Welcome. Happy Friday. Mixing with the Mofats is here, and he's saying, I'm glad we made it back home safely. Thank you so much for that, Mofats. Yes, we made it safely back. Had a few delays in the flights, but we made it. So thank you for that. And let me just see here. The Taylor's family had made a comment, and the Taylor's family saying Jamaica is so slack. If it was a normal person who did this, it would have been behind bars already. But you is the law, he is not.
All right, see what you're saying, Taylor. And to be honest, somewhat sort of surprised as it relates to charges not coming forward as yet, right? This we have actually gone roughly about 2 to 3 months within the case, and we haven't seen any other persons being charged. And so then pretty much, of course, we are curious. And, this is one of the reasons why I say, I really have to put this out there, right, to making sure that we are saying to, everyone who involved in the case in terms of the prosecution, in terms of the investigators and so forth, the entire criminal justice system, that, okay, we are aware of this situation in terms of, the prosecutorial conduct, and that we would want to know that, okay, all right, the prosecution having such a, strong case, right? Because we know that the prosecution presented its case within the RM process, right? Win the submission there, right? And of course, the case advanced to the circuit, and where the judge in the circuit denied bail because, of course, the judge totally convinced that Noel Maitland has a case to answer for based on the evidence that the judge examined. And so then in the trial process, right, even although the judge examining all of that, in the trial process is where all the evidence are going to be tested, right? The trial, right, is where the evidence is going to be tested based on the merit of the evidence, how credible the evidence is. And so then when you have, and as I said earlier, that when you have situations where, remember that Townsend is no ordinary lawyer, right? And I will presume that, right, even though he knows that the evidence is strong, right, he may I think that, I'm just trying to get in Townsend's brain. I have no evidence in terms of how Mr. Townsend is thinking, right? I'm just saying, right, that him being a QC lawyer would have a wide knowledge, right? So he's no ordinary lawyer. He has a wide knowledge where, certain things are concerned. And if there is no plea coming from Noel, right, at the next court appearance, and they prepared for trial, right? Because the outcome of the trial, if someone having, solid evidence against them, and they allow the court, right, to try the case, at the end of the trial, that person, right, is going to hit with the maximum sentence. So this is what I'm saying, that Noel Maitland would have known this, right? Townsend would have also known this, that looking at the evidence, the best advice to give Noel Maitland would be telling Noel Maitland to plead, right? Based on how I am looking at things, right? And based on how the ordinary persons would be looking at things, right? That based on the evidence, right? Now, if they are not taking that route, right, to plead, right, then I am just putting out this, that the prosecution need to be careful, right, in terms of Mr. Townsend, right, trying to take this case on technicalities. Now, when we speak about technicalities, let me tell you some of the situation that is going to come in place as it relates to technical errors. So one of the first things that is going to be challenged in the court as well is what we call, right, as it pertaining to the evidence, chain of custody, right? And chain of custody simply has to deal with the whole process of the evidence, how the evidence was collected, right? How the evidence was stored, right? And, you know, as it relates to presentation and everything. So that is important, right? As it relates to, you know, the procedure, right? Procedural laws. Now, again, if, said for argument's sake, that the police just go ahead and charge Noel Maitland, right? And they did not caution Noel Maitland, right? Prior to or after, right? That situation, to the fact that you didn't caution Noel Maitland, right? Then nothing else matter. With all the evidence that mounted against Noel Maitland, if you did not caution him properly, that can be technical situation where Noel Maitland can get off based on technicalities, because it goes again to due diligence. Let me say something else. Now, when we look at, right, prosecutorial conduct, having a QC lawyer like Townsend, right, is going to know any breach that the prosecution made. And he will be calling out those as what his associate lawyers had done in the beginning, in claiming that the prosecution wanted to ambush the defense. So then you can see that they are cognizant of the fact that the prosecution has a duty to disclose. And as you hear, that the defense doesn't have to ask, right, the prosecution for what evidence that needed to be handed over. The prosecution duty and responsibility is to know that and to hand over all the evidence. I am saying this here, right? So that later down, this is not one of the missteps. This is not one of the missteps that the prosecution, right, is going to fall into, right? I believe in the prosecution team, right? I believe in the strength of the case, right? And I believe that the prosecution has done, right, had done an excellent job so far. So for me to come out with this is to the fact that we really want justice. and any information that can, aid a situation in terms of that awareness, right? Just to give, because I know that what I'm saying, the prosecution would have known that, right? They are, of course, in the faculty of laws, they would have known that, right? There have been, years of practice. So I don't see, how the prosecution would not be aware. But as you have seen in the clip, where that defense lawyer is saying that this is something that happened on a regular basis, where from time to time, prosecution will try to be skillful in terms of, at what point in time the defense should get this evidence, and try to be strategic because they don't want to, put that defense in certain awareness and might be catch the defense slipping. None of that must be applied from the prosecution based on what due process law is talking about, right? So, Jamisty 21, thank you for communicating, sir, or madam, I don't know the face behind here. Yes, violation of the Jamaica criminal rules of procedures could jeopardize the case, and I thank you, Jamisty, to be parallel with me on this, because, and I said, it is very important, really important for me to come back, because remember last week we were actually discussing, try to get into Noel Maitland mindset, because, and let me give you an example of what I'm talking about in terms of using a comparison and make a reference to another case where an early plea was done. In the case of Roshane, the Clarendon, Roshane Barnett, who had, number 3'd 5 persons, right? We all see that the plea came very quickly based on the evidence that were collected. Roshane Barnett, right? Lawyers advise him to plea. Now we have seen what saved him as a result of the plea. He spoke clearly of what transpired, of what he had done, right? And so then to the fact that it did not go through a trial, right? The maximum penalty could not have imposed, as it relates to the death penalty, right? Could not, right, impose, and that is within the law, because from once he plead, the death penalty totally off the table. From once he plead, right? Simple means he's going to save the court time, right? He's accepting guilt, and so then that is off the table completely. Now, in this case, we have seen that, the case is going pretty near, say, 3 months, and we have not heard a plea, right, coming from Noel. So this is what we are saying, because, we are interacting here. So then if Noel is not going to plea, we have not heard anything. It simply means that, okay, he's actually preparing for a trial. Now, if he's preparing for the trial, right, I think that based on what, because the lawyer would have advised him during this period of time that he has, right, before the next court appearance, Lawyer Townsend is going to give him his best advice. Listen, people, between this period of time, right, this is what Townsend, right, being employed for, to defend him, right, very well. So then it is expected, right, that Lawyer Townsend, right, will give Noel Maitland his best advice. So let us argue that. If Lawyer Townsend in this period of time, would give Noel, right, his best advice, and we make a presumption that, okay, Noel Maitland is going to trial, so then it would be a situation that either Mr. Townsend would have advised Noel maybe to take a plea, and Noel steadfast, doesn't want any plea, right? He must know where that goes. Or the lawyer may be confident, have confidence that he can win the case. And so then there is why I am now, right, highlighting this information, that if the route that Noel Maitland, right, and his lawyer want to take is to go through the trial process, then for me to coming out is just simply to say, right, to the prosecution to ensure that with this particular case, that all the I's that need to be dotted, cross all the T's that need to be crossed. If there was a caution statement, right, as it relates to be done and where a caution be given, look back into the file, ensure that, okay, the caution was done correctly. Now, during the whole collection of the evidence, right, ensure that the chain of custody maintain as it relates to the collection of the evidence, because you have the time now, right, between that period, right, for the prosecution to, re-examine, right, and be prepared for a trial. Because it is not like Noel Maitland is going to call the prosecution and tell the prosecution that he's going to plead, right? He's going to speak to his lawyer, right? Now, if that was done, right, or when that take place, right, of course, we are going to hear that. We on social media, you understand, is going to hear that. Right, the mainstream media, they will inform accordingly, right? And of course, from once mainstream media inform accordingly, then it does hop over to social media, right? Now, so then this is what I'm saying, right? Although I'm repeating myself, right, purposefully for it, yeah, right, to, hold, right, in terms of what I am trying to do to ensure that this is the people's case, right? And we want victory from this case, right? We know that the evidence, right, is very strong against Noel Maitland, and we are not anticipating, right, for Noel Maitland to get away based on technicality. And to be honest, that would be like, executing the victim all over again. That would be so devastating, right? Unimaginable. That, so we are not perceiving that, right? But at the same time, we are not trying to preempt the court or anything like that, right? Because, this is the court of public opinion, right? So nothing that I am saying here, right, is going to matter in the court, right? Because the court just doesn't listen to the court of public opinion and process any information from there. I've also heard, right, where persons, speak of, the court, right, seems to be suggesting that, okay, the court is taking what social media is saying and, right, and processing the court. Sometimes when you hear some things, you have to just really, side with that, because really and truly, right, the court doesn't do that. What the court does, and I've heard persons on social media speaking in tandem to say that, okay, the court listen to, might be vloggers and taking vloggers information, right? I can tell you categorically that the court doesn't do that. What the court depend on, and let me just, and for any persons who have criminal justice experience, what the court depend on is the actual evidence collected by the investigators on the scene. The actual evidence that collected, right, by the investigators from the scene, whether it is maybe the forensic evidence that were collected from the scene, right, that is what is going to be used in court. The investigators, the physical investigators taking statement, right, from witnesses and so forth, and collected all of that and process that. So for persons to be speaking to say that, okay, the court using this that was communicated from social media and so forth, it's a bunch of crap, right? Because, I mean, professional criminal justice persons know all of that, right, is really a crap, right? And so then I have to make that situation clear. And for persons, right, who may be communicating in reference to say, okay, all right, the prosecution doesn't have to hand over everything to the defense. Please, if you don't have the experience, just hush your mouth, right? Because what you mentioned is really a bunch of crap, to be honest, right? The prosecution duty, consult. Before you come out and speak, do research. Research in terms of the information that you're passing out there to people, right? And people are listening that and, endorsing that, right? So you have to understand that while we are here speaking on social media, right, making our references, right, making the presumptions, all of that is fine. Persons are okay to give their opinion. But if you are giving an opinion and you are forcing the issue as if that opinion is objective, that is fundamentally wrong, right? Because your information is false, right? The court, the active court, the court in session is not going to take any information from, right, the court of public opinion and take it to use it, right, in the process. It is not going to be done, right? That, let me repeat it, it's really a bunch of crap. And I definitely heard persons, right, endorsing persons to say, okay, all right, yes, the court is following. People are just laughing in the court, to be honest, when people hear it, right? I mean, criminal justice people are just really laughing and say, oh my God, what a bunch of crap is this, right? Because the court will never, ever do something. What we are talking here on social media, don't believe that the director of public prosecution, right, is sitting in front of his TV or whatever, computer, and said, okay, all right, let me go on social media and see if we can get some evidence that we don't have in the court. My friend, that is not how it works. Right? They don't do that. No one does that. I don't believe that, okay, now, if in the initial stage where something done and you have information via social media, right, and police are investigating, right, and even if the police might heard something, these are the investigators now. I'm not talking about the prosecution and what going into the court, because you just cannot inject that into the court, right? Now, if the investigator, right, may going down a lead, and particularly something communicated on social media that is similar to the lead that the police is following, right? Okay. We know for a fact that you may have vloggers who get information and have information and give it to the police, and police right, take that lead and being successful on that lead. So that is not what I'm saying, right? That is not what I'm saying. That if vloggers have information as it relates to whatever case, right, and they pass on the information to the police, right? Of course, if the police act upon it, the police can act upon it if they choose to do so, right? If they believe the lead is or no. But nothing that we communicate here on social media, that the court, nothing that we communicate in the court of public opinion, which is the social media, that the court is going to take any information from any one of us, right, and process that in the court. So for persons who have that perception, right, stop it, because it is just bulls. Nothing like that, right? So let me set that argument straight. And if anyone wish to consult professional people, right, in terms of what I just said, that the court, right, the trial court doesn't listen, right, to what being communicated on social media and to utilize that as evidence. That will never ever happen. So let me build your awareness with that, right? They don't listen to us, period. So we are talking as it relates to, right, this wonderful platform, right, and the opportunity for the information to get to millions of people as it relates to what we are talking about, as it relates to what I spoke about in terms of the Brady's violation. Now, I know you have your Google, you can Google that and see what I'm talking about. That's why I play the clip, bringing the source of information to you. The reason why I'm bringing that source of information to you is for the prosecution, right, have that reminder, because they're aware about it. As I said, they don't listen to what being communicated on social media, right? But I am just saying it, right, as it relates to, right, some reminder to say, dotting all the I's, cross all the T's, right? So not to say that, okay, all right, Byron is, educating the prosecutor or educating the court. Poor me. I am not educating the court. The court already aware of what they're supposed to do. The investigators aware of what they're supposed to do, right? So I am not educating anyone, right? I am passing information, right, as it is, right? And give the information, right? And where other persons can also, research and be abreast as well as it relates to the information. So yes, for persons who may not have known about this, right? That's why I am speaking it, so that when persons look, right, and see it for themselves, right, they have a better understanding of how the court system work as it relates to the evidences, right, and how they process the evidence, and what the prosecution needs need to do, right, as it relates to having the responsibility to disclose all the evidence that the prosecution has against the defendant. And that is so because of due process that the defendant need to have, because the way how it sets, right, is for justice to be done, right, across the board. So you will be giving the defense the opportunity as it relates to the information, so that the defendant know what he is up against, so that the defendant fully aware of the charges, right, that is against him. So he has the fundamental right to know all of that as it relates to the due process. So remember what we have listened to say, that if any part of that broken down. They cannot say, the prosecution cannot say, oh, it's an error, it's a mistake, it's a whatever it is. They are going to say, from once you don't disclose it to the prosecution, that automatically triggers the Brady's violation. From once, whether it may be intentional, whether it may be not intentional, then it matters not to the fact that the prosecution did not disclose all of the evidence. So, my friend, it is not about the prosecution should hold this piece of evidence and I'm going to wait until it is time to disseminate the information to the defense, putting the defense, as my wife said, the elements of surprise. No, it's not going to work. And guess what? Having Townsend associate lawyers spoken about that in the initial stage is telling you that Townsend associate lawyers and Townsend himself, their alert pin is way out there, and they are surgically looking for everything to get off their client if they are going to go to trial. So you must know what I am saying here, that with Townsend, the QC lawyer, is going to ensure that the prosecution, that all the I's and cross all the T's. And so then, if the prosecution make an error, right? Don't think that Mr. Townsend may say to the prosecution, oh, you make this error, can you correct it, please? No. Townsend is not going to guide the prosecution in that in that regards. So if the prosecution file upon a mistake, it is going to be beneficial to Townsend. And so then, if you notice, as I said from the initial stage, the very same Brady defense that I am speaking of right now is what Townsend Lawyers Associate attack the prosecution with. And we all heard it on social media, where TVJ, the Gleaner, the Star, heard it when those lawyers were saying, right, were citing prosecutorial ambush, that the prosecution ambushed them. And I know people in the chat who may have been aware of this information, right? Knowing that I am pointing out that to say that Townsend is actually strategizing from day one, right? Townsend is actually strategizing from day one. So does the prosecution has a strong case? Of course. No, based on what is breakdown in social media, right? Circumstantial evidence, right? And now, as it relates to what Townsend was playing down as it relates to the circumstantial evidence, that cannot be played down again, because now the circumstantial evidence now proven that it is Donnelly's blood. Now that proof, right, shifted from circumstantial evidence to know what? Concrete evidence that the blood in Noel apartment belonging to Donnelly. So in the trial, right, that is no longer again a circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence when you have the blood drops, the blood stains or whatever, and when you are going to collect it, it's circumstantial evidence in the collection process. So let me just try to explain that where people understand. When Townsend talk about blood type evidence, circumstantial evidence, the blood splatters there or blood stains there or whatever blood trail mark there is called circumstantial evidence. From once it has been tested through the appropriate test as it relates to forensic expert, tested that and proved that as a result of DNA. Now that circumstantial evidence there is now a direct evidence. You understand? Because it is now either 99.99% Donnelly's blood. No more, right, a circumstantial evidence. That's now concrete evidence. Now you have CCTV that were reviewed. All of those CCTV from the onset. So CCTV direct evidence is different from the circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence, other test of proof has to be done before it formulates into concrete evidence. Now the direct evidence, like the CCTV, from the beginning, from day one, it is direct evidence because those are live action, right, in a particular time frame, right? And so then that is direct evidence, unchangeable, right? Unless someone physically go there and edit it, right? So that is direct evidence, and which direct evidence is stronger than circumstantial evidence. So just understand how the breakdown in terms of how what being listed as circumstantial evidence, because circumstantial evidence is when you make inferences, when you're making suggestion, right? Those are circumstantial evidence. But after making the suggestion and the suggestion has been proven, it is no longer circumstantial evidence, it is now concrete evidence. So let us ask the question and answer it rhetorically. Does the prosecution case strong? Of course, the prosecution has a very solid case. That is one of the reasons why the prosecution were able, based on the submission in the RM court, right, which the case, as I told you before, cannot tried in the RM court as a result of the indictment, the felonious indictment. Felonious indictment doesn't try in RM court, it prelim in RM court. So the RM court just normally look on the evidence to see that, okay, all right, it is what it is as it relates to indictable offense, and based on hearing, you know, right, the judge is satisfied. The judge said, okay, all right, let us move on this to the circuit court because my RM level cannot try that, because the maximum sentence that the RM court can give, I think it is 3 years, right? That the RM court can give. The circuit court, to the fact that it is a felony now, gone to the circuit court. Now, on the circuit court, judge also look at the evidence being presented, listen to both submission from the defense, submission from the prosecution, and said, okay, all right, the prosecution submission, right, convinced me that there is no evidence. Now, so this is where it is going to move now. It moves into the trial. Now, in the trial, and when you have a trial now, this is where all the evidences that collected are going to be tested. Now, this is where the technical issues apply as it relates to the technical operators. Having a QC lawyer dealing with that and dealing with a case like this, the person who the forensic officer who collected the blood is going to be definitely questioned by the QC lawyer. What the lawyer wants to do is to ensure that there was no break-in in the chain of custody. Now, if you have a break-in in the chain of custody, it simply means that technical errors, which, remember, and let me explain something now. Why this is important, people, I want you to listen to me, right? Why this is important is because when you have a felony charge, such as number 3, right? The burden of proof that it requires what we call that the prosecution has to prove its case beyond a reasonable doubt. It cannot be 95% correct. It cannot be 97% correct. People, I want you to listen to me and see where I'm going. It cannot be 98% correct. It has to be 100% correct. That's why an indictment like this required the highest level of the burden of proof. Now, since I explained that to you as it relates to the level, the weight of evidence that required is beyond a reasonable doubt. That means there is no doubt. Now, remember, and I want to inject something to just open your understanding, right? So Noel Maitland move out the coach out of his room and take the coach and the couch and wash out the blood and so forth and so forth. The blood sample that was found in Noel Maitland apartment was found on the curtain, and I think found on a pair of shoes belonging to Noel Maitland. Okay, but if you notice what the defense inject into that is how long that blood was there. Remember that question, right? Asked by Townsend. It's just not simple. You know the reason why Townsend asked that question? The reason why Townsend asked that question is to tell you that, okay, Donnelly is not a stranger to the room. It is not like Donnelly has been there for the first time. And so then if you find one drop of blood, it would be significant. Townsend asked that question, right? To say, okay, although you find a blood on the curtain, and although you find a blood on the pair of shoes, question, how long that blood was there? The reason for Townsend to ask that question, because Townsend is saying, okay, Donnelly is somebody who frequent the room. And then now you have to now prove to the court, really and truly, right, to establish a time when, as it relates to evidence, that blood is there. So don't you ever think that the question that Townsend asked is just a stupid question and so forth and so forth. And that's why people need to read, research before speaking. So while Townsend asked that question, he's to suggest that Donnelly has been in that room. Now, what is going to make the difference now? Let me just bring something to you. What is going to make the difference now? CCTV, right, had seen Donnelly, had seen captured Noel Maitland at the car wash, right, bringing a couch to wash, and where one witness said the amount of blood that came from there, right? I am going to speak something that if the investigators has not done that, they need to go and do it. So now, have the investigators gone to the car wash and tried to collect any blood samples at the car wash? I don't know if the investigators have done that, and I'm only saying that if the investigators have not done that, the reason why I put that in is to now say that you would know closing Townsend, right? Because you will be saying that the blood that was washed from the couch, not only that the blood proved to be Donnelly's, right, that found on the curtain, found on the shoes, but the blood that washed at the car park is also Donnelly's blood, right? Building your case very strong, right? And making sure that all the I's that I spoke being dotted, all the T's that I spoke being crossed. Now, other evidence is going to support that blood that found in the room. Remember, on July 11th, right, Noel Maitland picked up Donna Lee at his home, right? Evidence goes to show that Donna Lee's CCTV, direct evidence again, entered the property, right? So there is no wiggle room there, right? The sociolog, right, can confirm, right, that, okay, it was Noel Maitland who called, right? Her daughter take the phone, right? And Donna Lee's uncle also observed Donna Lee went into Noel Maitland's car, proving now to the fact that Noel Maitland was indeed the last person to have seen, right, Donna Lee. I just want for you to understand the evidence as opposed to just speaking and, you know, you're not understanding, right? So then when you follow that, right, you will understand that all of this, right, will be collected on a chronological sequence as it relates to the prosecution file, right? And that evidence, all of that evidence will be challenged in the court, right, by Townsend. And that is if the setting is that Noel Maitland is taking this case to trial. So let us look into the chat again and see what is going on.
Okay, so we have a few people who have joined us
Okay.
while we were talking. So Bingy Roy Vlogs, welcome, welcome. Also, Albert Miranda has been here for a while. Welcome, Albert. And Jamiste, we read that comment earlier. And Wayne Evans is also in the building.
Bless yourself, Wayne.
Family, welcome, welcome. Also, Sidani Johnson and family. Welcome, Sidani. Thank you so much for joining. And we also have Daniel Comedy TV. Snuggles is here. Welcome, Snuggles. Arlene Mead in Trinidad just joined us. Welcome, welcome, Arlene. Happy Friday to you. Thank you so much for joining. And Wayne was brought it to my attention that apparently another young lady was found this evening in Montego Bay. She's a social media influencer.
Yes, I think I saw it.
Police have not yet confirmed the identity, but they're thinking it's a certain person. I don't have to say the name.
Yeah.
So I was just saying that, you know, it's so sad another girl found.
Yeah, I saw that one Wayne myself.
Yeah, so I don't know what's going on there. 1 sec. So then he was agreeing with what you were saying, and she was saying she was understanding what you were explaining about concrete evidence and stuff, and thanking you. And Teacher P was saying it's 3 months that's gone by already since all of this has been unfolding. So time is really moving by quickly. Journey with Jackie Houston, welcome. Thank you so much for joining. Just trying to make sure I didn't miss any comments. Yep, I think that's basically it. And Teacher Peace was saying, oh wow, that's so sad. And Arlene is saying very sad about what we just said about the young lady. Okay, that's Teacher P talking to Chuck Clad.
Okay, so that is it as it relates to, you know, that awareness that I want to, share.
Jamis is asking a question. Saying, just curious to know when the B evidence was collected since there are three visits to the crime scene.
Okay, Misty, that is an extremely very good question. And, there you go in terms of Townsend, right? Attacking those things to find out, right, why the 3 visits, right? Because even earlier, right? I spoke on the tree visit, why it take tree visit before you find you state that you found blood. But significantly, let me say this: there are ways in terms of I don't know the reason for that. Let me say that because I'm not going to insert myself as if I know the reason. I don't know the reason for that. But if Townsend is depending on that, whatever reason that is as to why they made 3 visits prior to the annunciation of blood being found, right? They would have to explain that. If there's a trial, right, definitely Townsend is going to hit that very hard as it relates to that. But Townsend just cannot depend on that, right? What Townsend is, if Townsend is prepared to go to trial, what Townsend wants to do is to create doubt in the case. Because if Townsend can create doubt in the case, that's it. Because remember, the burden of proof that you have to convict Noel Maitland is beyond a reasonable doubt, a very high threshold. The only thing that Townsend wants to do is to create 1 inch of doubt. And then the whole thing comes tumbling down. And that's why when it comes to the technical clause is such a clause that can rumble the entire case. Even in the United States, if the police said arrested someone and so forth and not caution the person, right? That is a technical error. The person is going to walk because you never read the person his Miranda rights. That needs to be read to him, right? And you have to make sure that you caution the person, right? Because that is within the due process, right? Where, of course, justice is being done. And you have to ensure that you follow that, right? So in the case of a prosecutorial misconduct, if the prosecution, any at all, by error, let us put it by error, doesn't have to be deliberate, intentional, or whatever it is, but by error, right, did not pass on a particular evidence to the defense prior to the trial process, right, and said they try to be strategic. I don't know what is strategic about that because that is not a strategy. So let me say that, right? But just for argument's sake, right, based on some of the things that I heard on social media, that okay, and as I said, right, the prosecution or anything that is happening in the court, right, they don't listen to social media. So let me reiterate that. Now, the thing is, right, when it comes to the trial process, right, this is where you put the evidence on a tedious process, right? Simple mean if you're going to make a sword, right, you have to put it through fire and all of those things to test the real metal, right? How solid the metal is, right? What is the breaking point of that metal? So though the trial is what you call the forge of iron, testing the evidence to see how strong those evidences are. And so then for Townsend as a QC, simply means skillful technician of the law, very skillful technician of the law when you reach QC level. Simply means that every single evidence will be forged through that test where the QC is concerned. So then the chain of custody pertaining to the evidence has to be intact. If that doesn't intact, you have a problem, because Townsend now will now creating doubt in your case. And remember, the threshold that you need to have is beyond a reasonable doubt. Not a reasonable doubt, you know. Beyond a reasonable doubt. Not 99.9999, 100%. So then, if Townsend can create that doubt, then potentially the case really in trouble, right? And so then you have to understand that where the technical clause can apply as it relates to the chain of custody pertaining to the evidence, right, has to be intact, right? Okay, prosecutorial conduct has to be intact. Let us move from that. Investigators who investigating the case has to be intact, right? And so then it is important, because where you think the prosecution is going to get all the evidence from? The prosecution is going to get the evidence from the investigators. Some of the times when the prosecution team lose a case is because it breaks down, right, at the first level where it begins, the investigation. And sometimes when the prosecution may look over the case, they may have missed something as slight. And guess what? It being what they missed may be discovered in the trial, particularly when a QC lawyer is there. That will create doubt. So then, for me to be saying this, right, is to just give the level of awareness as it relates to, right, making sure, because we want this case, right, to be won, making sure that, you know, the prosecution, right, dotting all the I's, crossing all the T's. I'm just saying it as it relates to all of that, right? And if the prosecution done all of that based on the evidences that they have, the chronological sequence, right, in collecting the evidence, the entire process in storing the evidence, and all of that, caution that needs to be given, those cautions were given, right? The statement was taken appropriately, right? No duress, right? In terms of taking the statement and so forth and so forth. And every I's being dotted, every T's being crossed. And I know that I'm being repetitive, but I am repetitive for a simple reason, that we want to make sure that we understand what being communicated. Now we are going to move on to, okay, if he gets off not guilty, he will be number 3 man walking. When that sort of perception has been known to many people who considered that, right? So what you have said there, right, I would say it's a popular opinion. Let me say that. But we are not encouraging that. And you know it go. The thing though, I am just pointing out all of these, and where, you know, people of course feel free in terms of what I said, you know, that, you know, to research this. I am just, you know, coming out with this because of me hearing some persons, you know, on YouTube, right, you know, seems like they're making reference to say that, okay, it's okay for the prosecution to withhold certain evidence and don't hand it over, right? So I just want to make that person be aware as well that, guess what? That's not how it works, right? The prosecution has to, right, hand over every evidence and look, and to the contrary, let me say this to the contrary. If the defense get new evidence, any at all, in the benefit of his client, he doesn't have to share it with the prosecution. People, I know that people might upset. What? That's the law. That's the law. If the prosecution get any new evidence, the prosecution has the right to hand it over, right, into a particular time frame too, right, and must hand it over, because if the prosecution doesn't hand it over, that's a technical error right there. No, and it caused the prosecution case. Prosecution lost that case, and it doesn't matter again whether Noel Maitland was guilty or not guilty. The technical error apply, right? The burden of proof is beyond a reasonable doubt, right? You have doubt, you lost the case, due process was not followed. And that is why when I heard, right, some vloggers speaking as if the prosecution need to be strategical, my eyes opened wide and said, what the heck is this? Right? It ought not to be done, right? Because Townsend would love for the prosecution to make a mistake like that. Townsend is anticipating a mistake like that. So then, for those persons who are talking in that way, Townsend, welcome that talk. Let me say to you, that is not something that you want to highlight, right? We are here because we want this case to be won, and making sure that the prosecution, whatever evidence you have, hand it over, right? Hand it over. Cross that all the I's and cross all the T's. So that is.
How does an attorney know that them not have no case and still take the work? And then Chocolate was saying he was also wondering the same thing. And Mixon is saying, Chocolate, it's like making bread from
all right, but here what happened now, Mixing, to be honest. A lawyer responsibility, if you approach a lawyer, right, and the lawyer listen to your case and you seek to have the lawyer to defend you, right? The lawyer is going to try his endeavor best as it relates to certain procedures, right? That the lawyer has to defend you, right, in the best way possible. That's what lawyers do, right? Right. That is their responsibility in terms of, defending their client. They have been paid to do it. I understand that persons lending their emotions, right, in terms of, okay, the crime scene is gross, the person's extremely wicked, why the lawyer knows the man guilty and still defend the man, and guess what? Sometimes get off the man off of the case. Now, it's a simple job in terms of an accountant job, right? What you are to do in terms of checks and balances, and if you see variances, you report those variances, right? That's just an ordinary job, right? So ask yourself the question, Moffat, as it relates to your responsibility at work and what has been slated by your manager for you to do at work pertaining to your responsibilities. You have to do it, right? That's your responsibilities. Well, it is the very same thing with the lawyer, right? Now, if there's a situation where the lawyer, right, getting information from the client, and the client said, okay, yes, I commit number 3, and so forth, but I still want to be defended, right? It is not the lawyer. It is the lawyer just cannot say, okay, all right, you do it, right, and so forth and so forth. It is still the lawyer's responsibility. How sad it is, that's how it is, right? Because they are lawyers and they're being paid, right, to do their job, as simply as that, right? That's how simple it is, right? So then, what we are going to turn to my audience is to share a clip with you as it relates to a vicious act that was done to a Chinese national. And, you know, without any delay, I am just going to share the clip. And after sharing the clip, right, we are going to just discuss few things there on that clip. A very gruesome act, right, that I am going to share with you, and we are going to just discuss that. Honey, anything there?
Okay, welcome Triangle Records. Thank you so much for joining. Happy Friday to you. Okay, let's share that clip.
All right. So yes, wife is preparing to share that clip. Very gruesome situation that took place in Hanover there, pertaining to the Chinese national, right? It's really such a sad thing,
Chinese business operator killed in Hanover. Please remember to subscribe, share, leave us a comment, and click the notification bell to receive our daily news items.
Kudos to
The police have
JBNN for this
identified the
clip. Let me say
businessman
that.
who was shot and killed in Hanover Wednesday afternoon as 36-year-old E. Jing, also known as Archie. The police said approximately 4:30 p.m. on Wednesday, he was in a supermarket at Just One Plaza in Orange Bay when he was shot and robbed by two masked gunmen. The Chinese national reportedly moved to Hanover recently. He operated a business on Barney Street in Montego Bay, St. James, before taking over the Green Island supermarket. Meanwhile, the police are hoping that the video showing the brutal scene of the businessman will help them identify and capture the shooters. JBN, we keep you informed. Please remember to subscribe, like, share, leave us a comment, and click the notification bell to receive our daily news items.
All right.
This incredible story has gone viral in the United States.
One
The famous
star.
talk show host Oprah Winfrey started.
All right. So my audience, I just shared that piece of clip with you there. A very sad situation when we, look at that. Now, the person who being killed is someone who I personally know, right? Really a nice fellow, right? When he used to conduct business in Montego Bay, right? And seems to, and for persons who give certain character reference about him, right? Everybody come across, right, to say that, he's really a good person, always a jovial person, right? But what we are looking at is quite too consistent as it relates to our culture, and which this seems to now be shaping as a norm, leaving the society so numb, with situation like this. Now just imagine where hoodlum decided to the fact that they are failures of society, they are nuisance of society, right? And because of their failure, and they have no other choice than being a criminal, have brutally taken out someone, right? An entrepreneur, someone who is so productive to the society, someone who, dealing in employment, right? Someone who had employed over 100 people. And then these hoodlums did something like that. Not only that they committed that number 3, but potentially stifled or set back over 100 people from making a honest bread. Prior me coming on, I glanced at the crime statistics again, and where the crime statistics as it stand, right? is really going a little bit over 1,200, number 3, that have been committed, and the year has not been completed. And I take another glance, right, in the detail of the statistics as it relates to, crime per parishes. And when I looked, I realized that St. James, right, is leading, right, in the crime statistics. And consistently going 3 years, St. James has been leading in the crime statistics. Where am I going with this? I am going with this to say that we have a Minister of National Security, Horace Strong, where his, and I want to put it, appropriately in terms of, respecting his office, and where the government, right, come together and claim that they are going to reinforce certain law, right, done an amendment to any persons who are being caught with any firearm, that such person will get 15 years. I want to say something to my listeners. Ever since that amendment, we should notice, the government should notice, it has not put one single check. These are hardened criminals who, I believe, don't care the laws you want to pass. So for me, speaking on this topic, and I am going to say to the government, as it relates to certain research, right, and empirical evidence, that is what I'm going to appeal to, empirical evidence, that where it comes to hanging, or let me appropriately phrase it, the resumption of hanging, because it is not like hanging was off the books. Hanging has never been off the books. It has always been on the books. It is just for the laws to utilize it. But there are some conditions that set in place, set in laws for it to be applied whenever the offense past that extremity. But what we had seen and what we had witnessed, that even when the government makes the law as it relates to someone found illegally with a firearm should be given 15 years, we can say right now that is not working. Mr. Prime Minister, that is not working. Minister of National Security, that is not working. Commissioner of Police, the strategy is not working. So I am saying to this government that how do you look on your performance? Right? And when you see that Chinaman has been gunned viciously and brutally. What message does it send throughout the Chinese community in Jamaica? Now, I want to see if I can get to the government, right? Mind and shape his understanding for this government to wake up, because this government is sleeping, right? Now, let me just give you an empirical data. And I want for both human rights, right, who most of the time, as it relates to me, right, it appears as if human rights
only come out for the criminals.
really only come out strong in the defense of the criminals. Let me say this, and I'm not apologizing for that. And when we have these criminals create catastrophe within our society, right? Human rights not being coming out on behalf of the victims. Now, let me say this to human rights, and let me say this to the government. Go back, right, and check on the countries that utilize hanging, and I'm going to name a few, as opposed to countries who don't utilize hanging. Let me say this, empirical data show you that countries that utilize hanging as their method of discipline, the crime rate is significantly lower than countries who don't utilize the method of hanging. So this is not word of mouth. This is not a subjective opinion. This is an objective opinion based on empirical data. Singapore used the death penalty and use it effectively. The crime rate in Singapore is extremely low.
They have a large population.
Now, let me say this to us as a Jamaican, right, and the government, that we shouldn't be dictated to as it relates to what is good for us by outside forces who believe that they have a say in telling us how to run our home and what is the best discipline that we need to decide on. Right? Now, let me show you something again. Majority of the prisons in Jamaica are overcrowded. Right? Because the criminal justice system, as it relates to even sentencing, doesn't have that firm teeth. And so then ask me, what you say, Byron? Do you believe that the criminal code need to change? Yes. We need to change the criminal code and input the utilization, right, of hanging. When you look and you research on the study, it tells you that. So then, for my learned friends, why are you drifting away from the empirical data? You will realize that, again, if Jamaica was utilizing the death penalty, the prison system wouldn't be clad. If, of course, as fast as they think they can create mayhem, it would be as fast as we put them through that system. So then if 5 can committed atrocity for this month, we can 3 times the ratio of that, putting them through the system. That will in itself serve a dual purpose of also relieving the pressure, the congestion in the system. Think about that. When you have a crime rate like what we have, and the society crippled by this crime rate, the politicians come out in flurry of their lies, right? And particularly when it comes to the election season. What are they going to say to us in terms of reducing the unemployment in the country? Look where I'm going with this now. The unemployment level, right, is at an unacceptable rate, right? And so then when we have crime like this on social media, on Facebook, and entrepreneurs from outside, and people in the diaspora who'd like to come back to Jamaica to conduct business, who are desirous in doing investment. The crime statistics, the number 3 that committed with the Chinaman and with other Chinese people, and not only Chinese people, other business people, and other people who freed, locked it by the system to even knowing that when they leave their home, they have to be traveling with fear. Because, face it, it can happen anytime, anywhere, any place. Gone are the days when we could say that St. Mary, right, is a cool place, and crime, so much crime is not at St. Mary. Gone are the days when we could say Mandeville, cool Mandeville is a cool place, right? Limited crime. Every single spot in Jamaica, whenever you come out of your house, this is where the situation reaches, right? The entire society panic. And what the government is doing. Right? Repeated method over and over and over again, which doesn't make any sense. Right? I don't seem to have an understanding, right? How someone can be utilizing the same principle over and over and over and over and expect different results. Right? We're using Zozo from God, he knows when Zozo being using. Right? And you continue to use this Zozo. Right? And yet you expect different result, Master. So tell me, what is going on? Where is the prudency? right? Yes, human rights are going to be there and we welcome them, right? We welcome them to speak on injustice. We are not saying that they are not to speak on injustice. I will never ever say that. We welcome them. But it is full time, right? That when we look on the empirical data, that countries that utilize the method, the disciplinary method as it relates to hanging, as the lesser crime rate, for all the persons who are listening to me, researched it. And so then when you look on that empirical data, what does it tell you? What does it tell you to do? If that's where we have to go to pull back that sledgehammer, then that's what we have to do. But I guess Jamaica, right, has to bow like a little dog, lapping his tail beneath, because he cannot afford to disturb those big, powerful outside forces that we are so heavily depending on. And that's the truth about the matter, right? That's the truth about the matter. That we are so scared to go there because of our level of dependency. Now, since we talk about the level of dependency, that totally avoiding us to act within what an empirical data is saying to us, and we are going contrary and use all other methods around that, and you are having the result from more than 25 years. People who are listening to me, more than 25 years, Jamaica has been experiencing a murder rate over 1,000. For more than 25 years, the Jamaican society, right, has been numb to a situation that both political parties have no fix for. And where the politicians are to be solely blamed, because guess what? They were the first force to have started it, creating gangs, distributing guns in the past. Now this monster has now been grown stronger, out of control. Right? Seems like we want to say scamming seems to be the norm of the behavior. Right? The youths in the ghettos, because opportunity stifled there. Right? We have seen so much corruption within our government, the nepotism, the cronyism. We have seen blatant lies and deceit that politicians are doing. We have a recent situation, right, in one community where we were told by the government that clansmen were selling properties. Right? No, listen, people. No, just listen this deeply. We would want to believe that before the government come out and make a speech, make an announcement like that, we would want to believe that the Prime Minister would have done due diligence, done his investigation, and where it is solidly proven that, okay, the lands that were sold illegally, let me add, at the sugar estate were sold by clansmen. So then, who are those people advising the prime minister? Who could it be that informed the prime minister that, okay, these persons who involve are clansman gang, and so then the prime minister feel free in communicating that confidently? Now, what we have seen, a principal who once associated with the prime minister being charged. I noticed something that I want to speak about, and I don't want persons to be diverted here. But there are several land issues, right, surrounding this government, right? In terms of where they insert themselves in situations, right? And where, if the government, right, is really thinking about nation building, let me say that again, nation building, the government, before bulldozing someone's home, should have first, right, have a reasonable discussion, right, in moving forward, particularly when persons occupied a particular area for over 20 years, 30 years, 40 years. So you mean to tell me, Mr. Prime Minister, or the government at large, that you ask the very same people to elect you, and this is all you are representing them? So for people who occupied areas for 10, 20, 30, 40 years, you're pushing them out of the way. The very same people, some of them who put you in power, put your government in power, vote you in. And this is the way, right, or you represent them. Let me speak of something in terms of your discipline, and I'm not being partial here. Every year, member of parliament per policy supposed to declare their assets. Prime Minister, Mr. Holness, we have seen too many inconsistencies where that is concerned pertaining to you declaring your assets on a timely basis. So this is what I want to, I'm not going to, this is not political. If you are the Prime Minister and the party leader, and you want to set a primary example in terms of transparency, in terms of fairness, to say that I am a leader, and I am leading from the front, and I want to set a perfect example so that my subordinates can follow. So, Prime Minister, let me ask you a question. Are you saying that your members of parliament are to follow you to be inconsistent in declaring your area assets? Right? And so then that is a plain indiscipline of a person, right, who is leading our country. One more thing before I go, Mr. Prime Minister, that I want to ask you. That when you have the Minister of National Security there from 2018, right? He has been in control of the Ministry of National Security. And under his tenure, he has not done anything positive as it relates to the reduction of crime under his tenure. Mr. Prime Minister, I'm asking you, would you consider his performance to be a very good one? Are you satisfied with his performance? Just ask him the question. And let me remind you a specific detail as it relates to his particular constituency. Him being the Minister of National Security and his constituency leading the entire Jamaica, which is St. James, Horace. So when you look at that, right, what sort of expectations that you have for your members? As low as that, right? When you have a member of parliament like Mr. Warmington, who time and time disrespect people, even in parliament, blatantly, and yet he can be honored, right? And no discipline. And finally, when you have someone who closely associates with you as the principal, being charged, right? Being arrested and charged for the illegal sales of land, right? Close associates to you. And then wherever you get your information to distort the minds of Jamaicans in saying it is Klansman, right? Such a political ploy. Because the reason why you said that is because you know that the Klansman tied to the People's National Party. Unfair game start of politics and strife that you are building, having no evidence, right, to come out and say something like that. And after you've spoken that, your very person that you have associated with being charged. What is going on? It's for you to explain. And yes, that was my final thing as it relates to our Jeopardy coming up. Let me look into the chat and see if we can answer persons, and then we move on to Jeopardy.
Okay, so the chat has been a bit busy. Okay, so let's see, I'm just gonna go into the comments for the interest of time. And Lion was saying the government don't care about us, they only care about their pockets.
That's so true, Lion.
Triangle was saying, Sinan was saying so true, Triangle, something Triangle said earlier. And he's saying those gunmen didn't even touch the others in the shop.
Strange.
Oh, that's Arlene.
Arlene, I told you, Arlene, if you look on the video, and let me speak this, I don't know if the police are missing something in that video. That person, that Rasta guy there who stood at the shop, I don't know if persons don't recognize that it appears at one point he was making signal to the criminals who were coming in. And if you notice, he surged his body in front of the businessman so that to apparently distract him. I hope that guy is one of the 4 who may have gotten picked up, because trust me, to me, looking at that video, right, I would want to believe, I have no evidence that he's involved, let me say that, but I would want to believe based on his body movements, right, that I have observed, right, seems like that is what it is suggesting, that, you know, at one point his hand flicked, right, and then he inserts his body in front of the Chinese man, right, so that he's not able to see, right, and then the guy just came in just like that and just shoot him where he was. He was just right there, right? So I hope that the police look on the clip, right, and just watch his body movements. It's really suggestive to me. All right, go ahead and go through the chat again.
Okay. All right. All right, and when you were talking, Sidney was saying that's right, mistake.
Okay.
So she was
Thank you,
agreeing with what
Sidney.
you were saying regarding the death penalty, and Wayne was saying not everyone found with a gun is guilty of a crime. Don't even give kids gun to move around if they don't do it themselves, and family end up dying. And Wayne is also saying also some people have one just for protection, not to hurt anyone. And Wayne is saying to build up the police, but I have no interest right now to go down there.
And that is what I'm saying, Wayne, right? That is not going to send any form of, you know, good vibes to any of us at all, right? Because honestly, I am scared to say that I would go to Jamaica and conduct business. Let me say that categorically, right? And I know that many of us, right, feel the same way.
And Wayne is saying, bet if I go to jail and need a gun license, I would not get one, and I'm not a criminal.
That is something, again, that I cannot understand, that it seems like FLA, right, just very choosy in giving persons, you know, going to protect themselves. And I think that, you know, every Jamaican need to be treated as stakeholder in this economy. Regardless, as it relates to from once you've been a law-abiding citizen, let me make that clear. I believe that you are to be given, right, a gun license. From once you are a law-abiding citizen, and it can be proven that you're a law-abiding citizen, because what that will help to do, Wayne, is to at least give someone a chance, right, that people are just running into their homes, right, and just, you know, shoot them down, right, just like that, and they have no chance in defending themselves, right? So many persons have been killed that way, where people kick open their door, right, rob them, shoot them, and so forth and so forth, right? People at least need to, right, get some form of protection, because guess what? The few police and soldiers that we have in Jamaica can't protect everybody, and we see that from the crime statistics. Right?
Okay. And Teacher P saying that's very sad, and Triangle was saying, Wayne, you know, it's money runs our paradise. And Triangle was saying sorry regarding the Chinese man death, because you were saying that you knew him.
Yeah.
And but he said there's a message in this for all of us. And Wayne is saying Triangle, no paradise, no da Jamaica again. Back when me was a boy, it was paradise, but not now.
Boy, Wayne, trust me, you know, me have to agree with you, because that is the same perception. I mean, it's just not safe. It's absolutely not safe. No one is safe. To be truthful.
And Triangle saying not only help them to decide which death they choose, a shootout with the police, or lock up for a few years.
Crazy.
And was saying the principle in terms of the selling of the land. Chuck Life was saying Jamaica is more of a war zone more than a paradise now.
So true, Chuck Life.
And he's agreeing with Chuck Life. And Chuck Life is saying the bigger heads know a lot more than we think they know, but certain things they have to play safe to stay in power. Shake my head.
I'm telling you, Chuck Life.
And Mixon is saying Jamaica is for the rich and poor middle class as suffer.
Well, Moffat is remembering it's only it's majority of the taxes come from the middle class.
So you say middle class pay for everything.
The middle class pay for everything.
In every society.
Right.
And Chuck Life is saying so true, more facts. Chuck Life is saying poor and rich don't pay for much. So the middle class bear the brunt of the burden.
Exactly.
And when he's saying he's not the prime minister,
he's a criminal. Well, Wayne, those views that the experts belong to Wayne, right? But I understand where you're coming from, Wayne.
And I was saying middle class people are the fabric of society. If the fabric get a big tear, then the country in deep trouble.
But right now, Mystic, the fabric has been torn, right? We agree with that.
Well, it have a little tear right now, it's not tear big enough yet.
What?
He said so true, Mystic, so true. And we're not saying, can't you see that's how he wants it with the lie that he told.
Exactly. You know what I mean? That's a vicious lie. I mean, look, I would want to presume that the Prime Minister would have exercised due diligence in terms of investigation. And so then when the Prime Minister comes out and says something, right, that is really something that is going to be taken as merit. And so then for the Prime Minister to just come out and say that, and then now we are knowing now that isn't true, right? The person who been charged is closely associated with the Prime Minister. Make we wonder what is going on, right? So there it is. It's just for him to maybe tell us what is going on.
Okay, I haven't welcomed those on Facebook all night. Welcome those on Facebook. Thank you so much for joining. I did write it in the chat, but I have not verbalized it. So welcome those on Facebook. Thank you so much for joining in. And Winnie saying, did he come back out and said anything since? And Tiffany saying, seems so Baron, I believe the Rastaman was involved.
Tiffany, yes, because Tiffany, I looked on the clip a couple of times. And I said, isn't that it is clear in the CCTV where the Rastaman seems to be making some indication to the gunman who actually walked behind him and fired upon the Chinaman. That Rastaman, for the police who are investigating the case, need to look on that clip because that is what I really observed, right? And that that he was making some sort of indication to the criminals that and they came behind him, right? And fired upon the Chinaman. The Chinaman didn't get even any chance. So it just seems like they already made up their mind that they are going to just blow him away and just rob.
But then I would suspect that the Rastaman is involved because he would have seen what is happening. He would have been a potential witness, and not really they take out the witness as well. So I would think that he's involved as well if they left him.
Right, because I mean, look, the only person who they have number 3 is the Chinaman. So all those persons in that surrounding, right? The investigators need to investigate them.
I'm sure Clive is saying that guy at the counter really seems suspicious.
Yes, Chuck Life. I'm telling you, I looked on it twice, and I said, "Whoa!" It appears as if he was making some indication to the gunman.
Okay, and Triangle saying, we lead the world by a wide margin. Jamaica is paradise for some and hell for some.
Well, you know, what TR is saying there is true because for me, I will admit that there are so many good times as it relates to Jamaica and where I can, appeal to Jamaica being a paradise in terms of, what I know about Jamaica. And simultaneously, I also can appeal with those who say that Jamaica right now is hell.
And Teacher P is saying so true. And Marlon Newby is in the building. Welcome, Marlon. Saying good.
Bless yourself, Marlon.
And Marlon is saying that they took the issuance
of the G license.
Okay,
in order to get permit from the FLA. Yeah. I don't know why it is so difficult.
So salutations going out there. Or salutations going out. And thank you so much for still being here, guys. Really appreciate it.
Yes.
And Marlon is saying, do you realize they use the principal as a scapegoat in the land sale?
Marlon Newby, I don't know why you and I will say, because you said it, I believe that as well. Honestly, I believe what you have spoken about, Marlon. But guess what, Marlon? Time will tell. Time will tell, Marlon.
And Donna is in the building. Welcome, welcome. Good night, Donna Williams. Happy Friday. Thank you so
Bless
much.
yourself, Donna.
Saying good night, just joining, but I'll watch the recording later. No
All
problem.
right. Thank you for that.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate you. And okay, and we have come to the end of that discussion there. So thank you guys for your input. Thank you so much for listening, and Baron, thank you so much for another insightful and thought-provoking.
Thank you, wifey, and
discussion.
thank you all for listening to me as always, and I really appreciate that. Thank you so much to be here. All right, thank you.
Okay, guys, so now we are going to go into my segment, which is Jeopardy Friday, and tonight we are going to be doing a lot of things Jamaican. So let's see who's going to lose their Jamaican card tonight. All right, hold on there. Chuck Life is saying wonderful topic as always. Thank you, Chuck.
Thank you, Chuck Life.
And Marlon is saying persons in some of the banks going to get arrested soon too. Okay. Because I guess okay. I guess maybe they're
Giving
giving
information out. I don't know if that is what Marlon is appealing to. Might be they are giving information to pure persons outside.
Our transactions being done in the bank regarding the sale, and then paperwork being generated in terms.
In respective of the land. Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
I think that's what he's
Okay.
referring to. Okay, so as you guys know, okay, Sydney is also saying another awesome topic. Blessings.
Thank you, Sydney,
so
as
much,
always.
Sydney.
Thank you.
All right, so Jeopardy Friday. So remember, guys, the question is in the form of a statement. You answer in the form of a question, and Marlon is saying exactly what we were thinking. So you answer in the form of a statement, and to start, we are going to, everybody who's participating will just choose a category for how many points, and the first one I see, that's what we're going to start with. And remember, in answering, if the name of a person, you start with who is, and then the answer, and if it's the name of a place, it is what is or where is, and then the answer. And also, you guys are playing for credit, $1,000 for first place, Digicel or Flow, and then we have 4 runners up of $500 credit each, Digicel or Flow. Marlon is saying ready, let's go. And so then he's saying, I'm going to get some rest. I'm here listening as usual. Thank you so much, Sydney. No problem. Thank you for your continued support. And he's Shangley saying the land problem is going to be big G if them not try sweep it underneath the carpet, depending on how far up the corruption goes.
Exactly. TR. Definitely believe that. But we will we are here to see and here to hear.
And Strawberry Place is saying happy Friday, Houghton family. Happy Friday.
Bless up, Strawberry.
Welcome. Thank you so much. All right, so I am going to share the screen with you. Let me just bring it up here. All right, so these are our categories for tonight. And as I said, we're doing a lot of things Jamaican tonight. So we have the title, the segment, religious knowledge. Then we have Jamaican trivia, Jamaican people, Jamaica cities and towns, and Jamaica landmark. So let's see who is going to keep their Jamaican card tonight, or who's going to lose their Jamaican card. All right. No, Marlon, 1,000 Jamaican. Digicel or Flow, 1,000 Jamaican credit. Can you imagine 1,000 Canadian? Don't care.
How many persons we have credit for?
Mm.
Let them know that. How many persons we have given away credit to?
Wait, I did say it already. And Strawberry Palace is say Jamaican landmark for 100. Why do I know who Jamaican Strawberry Palace is? And Triangle is saying, good night, everyone. Please be safe. This is the Western era.
Oh, yes.
Jamaica. Okay, thank you so
big
much.
up TR.
Have a wonderful and blessed weekend, and you stay safe out there as well. All right, so Jamaican landmark for 100. Located in Kingston, Jamaica, this place is dedicated to a famous reggae musician. Located in Kingston, Jamaica, this place is dedicated to a famous reggae musician. Name the place. And I said, shh. All right, I am shushing. I didn't
Ricardo?
Where?
Strawberry.
A person says shh.
Oh.
Marlon said, what is Horizon Prison?
What is what?
Horizon Prison.
Horizon Prison?
Okay, and I see the answer that I am looking for. So I am just going to go ahead and reveal the answer. And what is the Bob Marley Museum? What is the Bob Marley Museum? Okay, so let's see who first came in. Well, I know who first came in with that correct answer, but I am still going to refresh just in case. So first on the board with the correct response is Truck Life, and that is for 100 points. So Truck Life gets to choose the next category. So there's the board, Truck Life.
Truck Life on the board for 100.
Oh, Tiffany is saying that you don't understand. So Tiffany, it's the landmark. I give a description of the landmark of whatever it is, and then you're gonna name the landmark. So it's just describing the landmark. So you have to name the landmark, just like Truck Life, just name it the Bob Marley Museum. Let me just open it again so you can have a better understanding. So the clue is it's located in Kingston, and it's the next clue is dedicated to the famous reggae musician. So all you have to think of the most famous reggae musician that has a landmark, and what is the name of that landmark, and it's Bob Marley, and he has the Bob Marley Museum. Welcome, Charlie. Happy Friday to you. How are you? Let me just vet your comment here. Good night, Charlie. All right.
Charlie, what's up, Charlie?
Charlie said all the foreigners better come up because it's on the Jamaican segment tonight. All right, and Truck Life is saying landmark for 200. All right, so this place in Discovery Bay marks the spot where Columbus is said to have put his foot when he first came to Jamaica. So this place in Discovery Bay marks the first spot where Columbus is said to have put his foot when he first came to Jamaica. Name the landmark. What? I'm not British, sir.
British.
No, sir. All right, I see back to back there. So let me see who first came in with the correct response. And in the interest of time, I see the correct response. What is Columbus Park? So let's see who first, because two persons came in with it back to back. All right, so first on the board with the correct response is Tiffany, then Truck Life, then Daniel. Right, so
So
Tiffany gets to choose the next category, and
How
that
many?
was for 200 points. So Tiffany choose the next category, and for how many points? Yes, then Columbus Park is a place. Oh, you see the drunk upward face supposed to get flat by now. Feel sick. And Tiffany saying landmark for 300. All right, so just about 2 miles west of the town of Ocho Rios lies the 600-foot famous natural wonder. Just think about something that is very popular in Ocho Rios. Just about 2 miles west of the town of Ocho Rios lies the 600-foot famous natural wonder. What is that landmark? Boy, on a British bad. The road scholars them roll out tonight. All right, and I see the answer that I'm looking for. What is Dunn's River Falls?
There you go.
All right, so let's see who first came in with that response. No, Truck Life. Tiffany, what is Dunn's River? Dion, Marlon. All right, so first on the board with the correct response is Tiffany, and that is for 300 points.
What? Tiffany?
Right, so Tiffany gets
Tiffany bought up the board. So there you go. Truck Life on 100 points and Tiffany on 500 points.
All right, so Tiffany choose the next category. That was for last week.
Okay, yeah,
Where's my paper that was on top? Oh, sit here. Pass my pen out to the container, please. Okay, she's saying landmark for 400. All right. Located in Montego Bay, where the wife of John Palmer is said to have murdered all 3 of her husbands before being strangled by her slaves, who also destroyed the house. Name the landmark. Everybody should be jumping on this one. Located in Montego Bay, where the wife of John Palmer is said to have murdered all 3 of her husbands before being strangled by her slaves, who also destroyed the house. What is the landmark? Man, I tell you.
British
bad. All right, let's see who first came in with the correct response, and it is the Rose Hall Great House. What is the Rose Hall Great House? All right, let's see who first came in with the correct response. Then you said the question, madam. Hush. All right, what is Rose Hall Great House? All right, so first on the board with the correct response is Tiffany. What is Rose Hall Great House? Shock Life, sorry, you have to have the Great House on it. If you had Rose Hall Great and you forgot that you didn't get it to do the house, then that's fine, but you only had Rose Hall. So Tiffany, what is Rose Hall Great House? Teacher P also came in the correct response. Sassy, Danielle, Marlon, Truck Life. Tiffany said Marlon must stop fighting her because he said she live off Falls, but we know the Falls, we know it was that. All right. Daniel said, don't call Ricky and David, please and thank you. All right, let me release the board. All right, so Tiffany choose the next category, and for how many points? And I have a field day before them running. Landmark for 500. So she's cleaning up landmark. And that is double point answer. All right, since its construction in 1801, this was essential in connecting the cities of Kingston and Spanish Town in becoming a highway of trade and travel. Name the landmark. Since its construction in 1801, this was essential in connecting the cities of Kingston and Spanish Town in becoming a highway for trade and travel. Name the landmark. 18, is who talking about Mandela Highway? You guys didn't say 1801? My lad, so what is prison oval? Oh my God. So what is Mandela Highway? Arlene is laughing. Okay, Wayne, thank you so much for singing here. Really appreciate
All right.
that.
Bless myself, Wayne.
Oh God. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for. So I'm gonna really reveal the answer, and it is what is the old iron bridge? All right, so I think it's just one person that came in with that. So let me just go to that one. So what is frat bridge? But then he put in what is the old iron bridge. So Truck Life there with double point answer. So Truck Life is on 1,000 points because it's 500 doubled. And Truck Life gets to choose the next category.
1,000 points?
1,000 points
1,100?
for Truck Life. All right, Truck Life, you get to choose the next.
So there you have it. Tiffany on 500 points, Truck Life on 1,100 points.
Mandela Highway. Truck Life is saying cities for 100. All right. Name Jamaica's first capital. Everybody should be jumping on that one. Name Jamaica's first capital. All right, let's see. Jamaica's first capital. And I see the it's look how many people losing them Jamaican card tonight. Look how many people losing them Jamaican card tonight. All right, and I see the answer that I am looking for. What is Spanish Town? All right, so let's see who first came in with the correct response. And the first okay, let me go back up. Chappie say, yes, my smart friend, Truck Life. And first on the board with the correct response is Teacher P.
All right, and that goes
Tiffany,
for how much?
Teacher P.
Teacher P.
That's 100 points. And Truck Life. So Teacher P gets to choose the next category.
There you go, Teacher P on 100 points. Tiffany on 500 points. Truck Life on 1,100 points.
Teacher P say, yay! Truck Life said, Teacher P on the board. Fire. All right, so Teacher P gets to choose the next category. Okay, then you have to wait until I'm finished. Go drink the juice and get some grapes in the meanwhile I'm coming. Chocolate said, Teacher P, this is your great first time on the board. Teacher P said, laugh by herself, Chocolate. All right, so she said landmark for, no, landmark is finished, Teacher P, unless you want it. So landmark is completely finished. Which one do you want for 200? Truck Life celebrating. Okay, so you can choose from Jamaican trivia, Jamaican people, Jamaican cities and towns. You know, your Danielson will call them to work myself, the man, the manners. She's saying cities for 200. Okay. Name the largest city in Jamaica. Now, everybody should be typing already, should finish typing already. Name the largest city in Jamaica. Truck Life, you just lose a card. I'm taking a Jamaican card, Truck Life. And Marlon. And Daniel. So many people losing them Jamaican card. All right. So what is Kingston? All right. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. Truck Life, so my card got revoked. And Tiffany. No, losing a Jamaican card. So first on the board with the correct response is Nova. What is Kingston? And that is for 200 points. Nova. Scorekeeper. Nova.
200 points?
Nova, 200 points. Where were you?
Gone for a minute. 200 points.
Yes, 200
okay, so that's
points.
That's where I have the Teacher P on 100 points, Nova 200 points, Tiffany 500 points, Truck Life in the lead, 1,100 points.
Arlene said, Truck Life, you're a Trinidadian tonight. Because I'm losing Jamaican card. All right, so Daniel said, Jaja. Vanessa, she just guessing. Vanessa, where is Ricardo? Okay, I said, sorry, Teacher P, I thought you got it first. Arlene is laughing, Tiffany's laughing, Arlene's laughing her head off. All right, so Nova, you get to choose the next category. And for how many points? So she said, Tiffany, don't call them yet. Go on, win now. Don't call Ricardo and David. Oh my God. Tiffany said Ricardo, Ricky and loudspeaker. And Nova says cities and towns were 300. All right, let's see. Number of cities in Jamaica. Yes, you know, let me see what you're going to do with this one. Number of cities in Jamaica. Number of cities in Jamaica. Let me see all the British people then. And I see what I am looking for. So I will reveal the answers because some people just throw numbers at random. What is 3? And it's Kingston, Montego Bay, and Portmore. All right. And that was for 300 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. Oops. One sec, guys. So first with the correct response is Nova. What is 3? And that is for 300 points.
Okay.
Then we have a lot of random numbers being thrown out there. Then we have Truck Life.
So there you have Nova kicking over the scoreboard. Teacher P on 100 points. Nova on 500 points. Tiffany 500 points. Truck Life leading board 1,100 points. Nova in the Nova, your time to choose a category.
Google it on Google. It includes, and I've done it several different engines, and it's saying Portmore is included.
Yep,
So
Portmore is included.
I don't know who is, if I am way ahead of time or others are behind, but it does say that it is 3 and it includes Portmore. All right, so there we go. So Nova, you choose the next category. Oh, Tassie's saying it's still in court battling. Well, we need to tell Google that. Tiffany saying, where is Nova from? Nova, that's so there over here. If you're moving ahead, everybody want to pull your car, your docket. They need to know it. They need to open your file.
Well, Nova continue to beat them up, man. Beat them up, Nova.
Marlon said Portmore got city status last year. Okay, thank you for that, Marlon. I don't know when it got it, but apparently Google has it, that it has it.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, Teacher P says, I teach my students about 2 cities and that is in the curriculum. Okay, I guess the curriculum needs to be updated now. And Sassy saying the battle is between Ochi and Portmore. Okay. Stephanie said, Nova, I'm waiting on you to answer me. Nova says, I'm a Jamaican living in New York. Is that enough for you, Tiffany?
There you go, Tiffany.
Oh my goodness, it's just all in the fun, Nova. And
me know say then go pull Nova that kit, you know.
Because Nova jump up on the board and go on too strong. So welcome, Ricardo. Ricardo is in the building. He is just
Dogfoot,
paper. Him sip up his mouth for right now, and he's just looking.
Colonel, take it away, coming up.
Marlon said, "Wake Ricardo." Tiffany with her bullhorn was shouting. Ricardo Chuck Life said, "Boo!"
You know, somebody said Tiffany, wake up Ricardo. Tiffany, talk to me.
Daniel said, Jesus wept Ricky Reach. Oh, my goodness, Teacher P is laughing. Chuck Life is saying, Sassy and Chua laughing. Maricel, welcome. Happy Saturday to you. Maricel from Happy Team, happy Saturday to you.
Bless up yourself, Maricel.
For joining us. And Ricardo is saying, good night, everyone. All right, so Nova is saying Jamaican people for 200. All right, so let's see, Jamaican people for 200. Historical figure who first said, emancipate yourself from mental slavery. Historical figure who said, emancipate yourself from mental slavery. So name this Jamaican icon. Emancipate you. Me know so that I go to that.
The young said, trust me.
Come on, people. Think beyond the song.
You need Charlie ask what's up, Byron ugly in a 3D. Well, take me off a 3D. Where you putting one 3D for Charlie? Charlie, what to you, Charlie? Tell him to take me off a 3D, man.
Man said, take him out 3D, please. Chocolate said, who's Malcolm X? Choppy is laughing. Think beyond the song, people. Where did Bob Marley get that quote from to put in the song? Thank you. I see the answer that I am looking for. And it is Marcus Mosiah Garvey, people. Marcus Mosiah Garvey. All right. So let's see. Who first? Me say so much people lose their card tonight. Me not gonna have space to hold people card. Marlon said, who's Rosa Parks? Tiffany said, who's Martin Luther King? Oh my God. All right, let's see who said Marcus Garvey first. Let me just make sure I did not miss anyone because I don't want anyone shouting at me in any tone of words. All right, so Tiffany, who is Marcus Garvey? Right, so Tiffany, and that is for 200 points. So Tiffany gets to choose the next category and for how many points? Yes, as a leg on my shirt. Wait, because I did see, okay, but Tiffany came in first and I didn't even see Tiffany's response until I saw Sassy's own, but then Tiffany came in before her. All right, so Tiffany. Charlie has him on 40. So she said, me not like this. Strickland and Ricardo is laughing. To Sassy son, the leg of my shirt. All right, so Tiffany is saying JP, so Jamaican people for 300. All right, so let's see. Jamaican artist known as the Queen of Reggae. Jamaican artist who's known as the Queen of Reggae, and it's not. Remember, we're not talking about dancehall these days. We're talking about reggae, clean reggae music, not that. Thank you, Ricardo. All right. So, who is Marcia Griffiths?
Score for that 300 points.
I know so I put spice in it. That's why I said not dancehall. That's about clean reggae music. Ladies song. All right, so let's see who first came in with the correct response. And I did say the answer, the person, and Ricardo for 300 points. So Ricardo who is Marcia Griffiths. 300 for Ricardo. Ricardo is on the board. Lady Sauce Spice. Rita Marley, Nova Mars. Okay. Nova also came in with Marcia Griffiths, Truck Life, Dion. All right. Somebody saying Empress bless up. Okay, Empress, welcome. Empress said Rita Marley. Welcome, Empress.
Bless yourself, Empress.
All right. So, Ricardo, next category, and for how many points? Tiffany saying, go, Ricky.
So there's a score, Teacher P on 100 points, Ricardo on 300 points, Nova on 500 points, Tiffany 700 points, Truck Life 1,100 points leading the board.
Daniel is saying, ratted Empress reach. Marlon said, watch the if them never wake Ricardo, I would be on the board. Ricardo said JP for 400. So JP for 400. Jamaican nurse who distinguished herself serving in the Crimean War. And this is double your score. So Jamaican nurse who distinguished herself serving in the Crimean War. And it's double your score. In backside Truck Life. Truck Life may not have space to hold anymore of your Jamaican cards. Run out of spots. And say who's Nurse James. Look on the prospective nurse running out with the answer. The future nurse running out with the answer. Can say that she was present in class on that day when they were teaching about Mary Seacole and the Crimean War.
So that goes to Sassy?
That goes to Sassy Diva. Who is Mary Seacole? Sassy, you were present and accounted for in class for that.
All right.
That session.
How much goes up? For 400 points?
That's for 400. Hold on. 400 and then it's W score. So 800 for Sassy.
Wow. So sassy entry simply means that someone is getting some deletion from the board. So then, Sassy kicking over the scoreboard with 800 points to her name. Ricardo, 300 points. Nova, 500 points. Teacher P, 100 points. Tiffany, 700 points. And Short Life leading the board on 1,100 points.
Sassy said, "Wanna talk to me nice?"
Yes, Sassy,
Pioneers of
talk to you
Nursing
nice.
Project. Yes, of course, I'm talk to you nice, Sassy. Oh my goodness.
Sassy said, talk to me nice.
All right, so Red Hot, welcome. Happy Friday to you. Thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it. And salutations to Red Hot. Marlon, we don't have space to keep on no Jamaican cards anymore. Chocolate also said it was Mary C. Cole. Empress also came in with Mary C. Cole. Ricardo. Tiffany saying, go Sassy. And Daniel is saying, go the Sassy and the cartwheels. And Charlie saying, wait. And Charlie, I'm gonna leave you right this song. But I'm gonna carry I'm gonna leave you right this song. And Teacher Peace laughing because they're saying, go on, Sassy. Welcome, Sylvita. Happy Friday to you. Thank you so much for joining. Clad is saying, well, Sassy weren't sleeping in class.
Mm-hmm.
And Marlon is saying her last name was James. But she married Mr. C. Cole.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Teacher P said, me God.
Mm-hmm.
Teacher P said, Ricardo said Teacher P has 6 bars. Nope. 90 is not over yet. Sassy said 96% me get on it too. Whoa, so that have to answer that one there, correct. Teacher P said, well, you got because Sylvester Renat is here, but it's not easy. Sniper, good night, Sniper King.
Bless up yourself, Sniper.
Good night, all welcome. Happy Friday to you. And who is to choose the next category again? Sassy, did you choose? Let me see if I missed it. Sassy, did you choose? So choose the next category, Sassy. And
okay, Sassy, choose the next category.
Processor choose, Sassy, choose. All right, she's saying JP4 500, and then I'll continue with the chat. So, Jamaican who became the youngest pilot to fly solo around the world. So, Jamaican who became the youngest pilot to fly solo around the world. And I say, are we large? All right. Making
Jamaican done that
everywhere.
Little, but with Talawa.
All right. Teacher, please, let me don't play chocolate, play for me and you lol. Oh my goodness. Chocolate is said, Teacher P, you got this. Sylvita said, chocolate. Teach chocolate, Miss Morning class. I'm catching up in night class. Oh my God. What? I said Jamaican Ricardo. All right, and I see the answer. Say who's right, brothers? All right, and I see the answer that I am looking for. So, who is Barrington Irving? And so I put a little note in there. On June 27, 2007, at the age of 23, Barrington Irving became the youngest and first Black pilot to fly solo around the world. Irving was born in Kingston, Jamaica, but raised in Miami, Florida. Took this daring and historical trip to show young people that there was no limit to what they could achieve. So take note, guys, there's no limit. As long as you put your mind to it and work hard enough, you can always do anything that you want to do. All right, so let's see who first came in with the correct response. Okay. First on the board with the correct response is Nova.
Okay, and
that
how
was
many
for 500 points.
Woo!
And
Whopping.
right, brother nephew. Oh, man, so who's Truck Life? And Truck Life, then
So
Tiffany.
the score as it is: Teacher P on 100 points, Ricardo on 300 points, Nova 500 points. Oh, hold on. Are Nova supposed to get this points?
Yes, Nova 500 points.
I put the wrong person. Okay. Okay, so we correct that. Okay, so Teacher P on 100 points, Ricardo on 300 points, Sassy on 800 points, Tiffany on 700 points, Truck Life 1,100 points, Nova 1,000 points. Your time to choose a category, Nova.
No, they don't count Marlon. That's a Marlon need to go on a timeout. Tiffany, I say you love thief Byron. Charlie said Marlon, exactly. I can't highlight that one, Charlie. All right, so Nova, choose the next category and for how many points? We'll take a time now. They say Anna, welcome to the board. Okay, Nova, how many points and which category are you choosing? What's Nova? Got it right?
Mm-hmm.
Empress says she can't graze it. Hush, Empress, you need to you're losing your Jamaican card. Fast. Because you're not up on the board yet. Nova, your turn to choose. Empress, take me come take up residence, it seems. Like I said, I don't lose my card, I lose my nationality. Ricardo shouted for Nova to come choose. And Ricardo, Sassy said La Lion, and Nova is saying Jamaican trivia for 300. All right. So Jamaican trivia for 300.
Okay.
Name the Jamaican artist that was at Love and Hip Hop. So name the Jamaican artist that was at Love and Hip Hop. Everybody should be jumping on that. What? May I tell you? Tiffany. I see the answer that I am looking for and what who is Spice. All right, so Truck, let me see before I put it out there, because remember, if it's a person, it has to be who is. If it's not who is, then it is going to be thrown out. So Truck Life Hush, but you had what is. Ricardo had who is, so who is Spice.
And so then how much for that?
And that is for 300 points. So Ricardo, Truck Life, Ricardo, Tiffany, no, Truck Life was correct today.
There you have it. Teacher P on 100 points, Ricardo on 600 points, Tiffany on 700 points, Sassy on 800 points, and Nova 1,000 points. Short Life in the lead, 1,100 points. Short Life a leaderboard for a night.
Charlie said, thank God me is a foreigner because I don't know my own damn government or history of damn place. Struck Live said, Ricardo, move now, give the woman a chance to look and don't shout at her. Peter said, Marlon, stop guessing. And Ricardo is laughing. Okay, Nova also came in with Ooze Spice. And Empress said our internet giving trouble. And Tiffany is asking to repeat the score, but let me see who first came in with Spice. And that was for 300. Did I say who? Yes, I did say who came in with Spice. Sorry, repeat the score.
Yeah, and there's Ricardo.
The board for Ricardo.
So Teacher P on 100 points, Ricardo on 600 points, Tiffany on 700 points, Sassy on 800 points, Nova on 1,000 points, Short Life 1,100 points.
Okay. Oh, Marlon is saying Busta Rhymes is a Jamaican by birth. All right, and Ricardo is choosing religious knowledge for 200. Lot's wife turned into, when she looked back at, was it Sodom and Gomorrah?
Mm-hmm.
She turned into a.
Let us see. Let us see the winner for this one.
Ricardo said, let me see the board there. David said, Ricardo, board day at school or workshop, lol. Oh my goodness. All right, so let's see who first came in with the correct response, because everybody running out on this one. Can know, so all of them went to Sunday school.
JJ again.
All right, so Chocolate messed up and put who is salt, but it didn't finish it. So Ricardo is what is a pillar of salt. Give me a you can make the grill cheese from the grill thing wash out.
No.
I don't think it's washed. I'd use it. I think Shmar may have washed it full of water.
Okay.
You have to drain it out and dry it out.
Yeah.
All right, so what is a pillar of salt? So let's see who first came in with the correct response. Ricardo, then Chocolate, but okay, King Lion, Daniel, Empress, Charlie, Tiffany, Marlon, Nova. So everybody basically came in Teacher P, but first on the board was Ricardo. All right, so let me release the board. Did he write the score? Oops, and that was for 200. Oops. So 200. All right, so let me release the board. All right, so Ricky, choose the next category and for how many points? God. Oh my God. Ricky Day, welcome. Happy Friday to you, saying good night, Mrs. Sensation, and everyone in the chat. Thank you so much for joining. Really appreciate you being here. Marlon said device type in anything that it think of. So it's not what you putting into it. Carter say, who is Truck Life say who is in a, yeah. Should be what is. All right, so Ricardo is saying JP for 100. All right, so let's finish up Jamaican people. So Rita Marley, Judy Mowat, Marcia Griffiths formed this reggae group. What was the name of their group? Rita Marley, Judy Mowat, Marcia Griffiths formed this reggae group. Name the group. Come on, people. Should be running. What? I tell you, say them British bad. All the road scholars running out. I see the answer that I'm looking for, so I'm not gonna tarry. And it is what is the I3s? And Bob Marley's renowned backup singer. So they were backup singers for Bob Marley. And that's for 100 points. So let's see who first came in with that response. Jamaican. So first is with who is I3s, that's Ricardo, then Marlon, Nova, King Lion, Tiffany, okay, three amigos, Daniel, Sylvester. Read that these people type so fast, even when you know the answer, you won't win. I'm telling you, Sylvita, sorry, I'm spelling up your name. And also Sniper came in with the correct answer. And Chocolate is saying Sylvita so true and laughing. Also, Teacher P is laughing. All right, so Ricardo, choose the next category. And Marlon said, Ricardo, what kind of device you use? Method. You're so quick, brother. May I tell him I have alien Wi-Fi? Daniel is saying, not true. Not true, Marlon. Sylvita is saying, Ricardo on a roll call. All right, so Ricardo, choose the next category. Yes, they have Olympic fingers. So Ricardo is saying Jamaican trivia for 400. So Jamaican trivia for 400. Number of children that Usain Bolt have. Number of Usain Bolt's children. Number of children that Usain Bolt have. No, sorry, that's not the chat just jumped. Oh my God. Daniel said, Ricardo, go back in your shell. And I see the answer that I am looking for. What is 3? Their names are Olympia, St. Leo, and Thunder. And the Olympia is Olympia Lightning Bolt. All right, so let's see who first came in with the correct response. So the second is set of twins. So that makes it 3. So first on the board with the correct responses, first he said who is, and corrected it. What is Ricardo? What is 3? Then Tiffany, Marlon, Truck Life. Okay, what is 9? Not a way we keep to say Truck Life. All right. So, Ricardo, choose the next category. Oops, let me write down your points because I forgot that I am keeping score. And that is for 400. So, Truck Life wants. What is it that he has here? Truck Life is 1,100 points. Tiffany 700. Nova 1,000, Ricardo 1,200, Sassy 800, and Teacher P is on 100 points. All right, so let me release the board. So Ricardo, choose the next category, and for how many points? Okay. Oh, I'm going to get some children something to eat. He's been hungry. All right, Ricardo is saying cities for 400. All right, so it is known as the 7 Mile Beach. It is known as the 7 Mile Beach. Name the place. It is known as the 7 Mile Beach. Let's see what was said up there. I didn't see that. Okay, I see. So me want to go up on the board. Okay, teacher P said you can give Chuck have my points and Teacher P said me soon gone to my bed, Chuck life. But you're serious. This is when the man want to make you open your mouth. If you
Who be that, Ricardo?
use the toilet.
Ricardo, come catch him back.
Ricardo, yeah, come and catch and pass
Oh
them.
my goodness.
All right, so you make it.
Mhm.
You make it for her. All right, so let's see. I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is what is Negril? Okay. Let's see who first came in with the correct response. Oh, I'm just seeing it. I'm just seeing it, Empress. I'm really just seeing it. All right. All right, so let's see who first came in with the correct response. What is the grill? Not seeing it on this device for some reason, but I just see it come up on the phone. All right. Let me just make sure I am not missing. All right, so first on the board with the correct response is what is Negril is Truck Life, then David, then Marlon, Ricardo.
How much for that point?
That is 400 points.
Ooh. So there is Teacher P on 100 points, Tiffany on 700 points, Sassy on 800 points, Nova 1,000 points, Ricardo on 1,200 points, and Chuck Life leading the board with 1,500 points. Chuck Life, your time to choose a category.
Daniel is saying, no, sir, where David come from? And Sweet Escape is saying blessings to
Blessing
everyone.
blessing, Sweet Escapes.
Okay, Charlie, I'm going to say this. We have a child, and he's been he came a couple times to say that he's hungry, and Baron went and got him something to eat. We are free to move about. We are not glued to the chairs. Okay. Right. So who got that point?
That is Chuck Life.
Chuck Life. Okay,
So
so
Chuck Life choose a
choosing it.
category.
Okay, since it is for 500.
Okie dokie.
And it said Spanish Town was first named. And what was the name of Spanish Town prior to it being Spanish Town? So, Sweet Escapes, welcome again. Welcome. Happy Friday to you. And thank you again so much for joining. Really appreciate you being here. Wait, am I missing? I said, Delco, come go on back to your bed.
All right.
Delco, go on back, go sleep. But me not say Delco. Am I missing something?
Delco out. One Delco there, man.
He said,
Bless up, David.
Welcome, David. Happy Friday to you.
I want keep. Okay, we're supposed to choose Chuck Life. Chuck Life choose already.
Chuck Life chose already. I'm just waiting on the answers. Okay, and I see the answers coming in. Okay, Sweet is supposed to be coming here. Okay. Right, she has a her name I just remembered. Ricardo said, read the room, fam.
All right. So the score as it is, again, Teacher P on 100 points. Sassy on 800 points. Tiffany on 700 points. Nova on 1,000 points. Ricky Ricardo on 1,200 points. And Chuck Life, 1,500 points leading the board.
All right, so Sassy said, let me let me sit down over here. So with my 800 points, yeah. Oh my goodness.
The score start coming in.
All right. Please log in. Okay. Teacher, is enough crazy people about white tea, no kiss me teeth. All right, and I see the first answer that I am looking for. So let me just release, and the answer is what is San Diego de la Vega. All right, so nope. All right, and I see the answer that I am looking for. This is Philadelphia Vega. No. So first on the board with the correct response is Sassy.
All right.
And that is for 500
500 points to Sassy right
Yes.
there. Wow.
Then Empress.
Awesome. Well, I tell you something, not only that Sassy is on the board, Sassy is a serious contender for might be the first place. There you go. Teacher P on 100 points. Tiffany on 700 points. Nova, 1,000 points. Vicky Ricardo, 1,200 points in third place. Sassy, 1,300 points, second place. And Chuck Life maintaining first place, 1,500 points.
Chuck Life, their lead.
Chuck
my
Life.
Goodness, Chuck Life for the
Chuck
lead.
Life are on the board.
All right.
So Sassy, your time to choose a category.
And Marlon said, life hard around here, boy, not even a point. I must say, come true, Sassy. Go, Sassy, nice, Sassy.
Yeah, man, Sassy about the place.
Yeah, tell you. Empress says, Sassy, you're better than me this week. Chuck Life says, Sassy, unfair.
Certainly, Sassy is on fire. Sassy is on fire. Sassy choose already?
Okay, so Sassy choose the next category and for how many points? Chuck Life said, Teacher P is my cheerleader. We'd say you should make the game if someone gives the wrong answer, the losest points. What's the points at this? What's the points
What is the
is
point?
at that at the time? Okay, so if they answer incorrectly, that is going to be difficult to do because there's so many persons answering, so that would be difficult. So, all right, so. Who's choosing?
Sassy, supposed to.
Oh, Sassy. Okay, she chose. I see it now. I see it. Me total now. Religious knowledge for 200.
Oh, Sassy choosing religious knowledge for 200.
Wait. 200 is gone.
200
is gone.
200 is gone, Sassy. We have 100, 300, 400, and 500.
Okay, so Sharon is here. She's saying good night, everyone.
Good night, Sharon.
Blessings to you. Happy Friday.
All right.
Welcome. Thank you so much for joining. And salutations going out there to Sharon. And okay, so she's saying 300. All right. So 300 religious knowledge.
Yes, man, Sassy. Take the fire to them, man. 300 points. Good.
He was thrown into prison for criticizing King Herod. Now, all the Sunday school goers run out.
Mm-hmm.
He was thrown into prison for criticizing King Herod.
Let you see all of the Sunday school brightest.
He says it was on Andre. Okay, no problem.
All right.
Thanks for coming. Still really appreciate
still appreciate that.
Here. I see you was it's John. All right, so I see the answer that I am looking for, so I'm just gonna reveal it. Who is John?
John, all right.
All right, so let's see who first came in with the correct response. All right, so first the correct response of who is John is David, then Empress, Ricardo.
All right, so David is on the board here. And how many points going for that? 300 points?
300 points there. Daniel said first get to the countess to say Daniel in name.
All right, so there you have it, Teacher P on 100 points. David on 300 points. David, you just won. Please choose a category. Tiffany on 700 points. Nova, 1,000 points. Ricky Ricardo on 1,200 points. Chuck Life in the lead, 1,500 points.
David got it. Hold on, let me go back up and
So
see one
David
sec.
got it?
1 sec. Oh, we've gone up too far. Let me just see if I... Oh, what is Daniel's? I don't see. I'm not seeing that.
Hold on, it there.
Where?
Up here. Chuck Life.
No. It's John is the answer, but you said David got it. I'm just making sure.
David got it. I have a David for it.
Oh, Jesus. You know, say
What are you
Daniel
doing?
name me look for it doesn't mean I
All right. So you can see that wife is a little bit tired there. All right. So David got it and we gave David the points.
All
right. So David chose a category.
David chose, sorry. David get it already, yes.
Yeah, but remember you told me so David got it. So
You hear me? It's but you from it, so I need to tell.
yeah,
them
tired.
they heard
So
me.
I'm tough tired. Yeah. David choose already?
Mhm.
Or is David
I'd
choose?
say it's saying religious. I think
Education
it's for 400.
400? Yeah.
Definitely garbage. So, oh my God.
All right. So
for
David
400.
chose religious education for 400.
David,
Jacob?
Jesus, Jacob had this many sons. Jacob
Had this many sons.
All right, let me go back up and see what I missed. Ben Percy, you said David get it already. I know. Okay, Daniel sort of threw me off because he said it's Daniel in name. He got it, and then I read the thing and still mixing it up. Marlon said 5 chances left to get on the board. It's a get real sticky.
Yes, to get real sticky, Marlon.
Ricardo laughing, Teacher P laughing. I'm confusing myself, and Sylvia said, Marlon, I do some guessing here, and him know church. Oh my God, Teacher P said, lol, Vita. All right. Oops, Teacher P. She came in with it, but she said, who is instead of what is. What is 12? Let's see all of those who went to Sunday school.
Let us see all the bright sparks.
All right, so Teacher P did came in first, but she had said
Yeah.
so sorry, Teacher P. So what is that's 12? So that's Empress.
Said what
12,
is 12?
and then Truck Life.
So
Nova,
that's Empress
for 400 points.
Wow.
And then Nova, David, Tiffany, Empress. Nope.
Okay, the board is a bit crowded this Friday. So the score as it is, Teacher P on 100 points, David 300 points, Empress on 400 points, Tiffany on 700 points, Nova 1,000 points, Ricky Ricardo 1,200 points, and Truck Life still leading the board 1,500 points.
And Sharon also said, what is 12? So a lot of persons came in
With that, okay.
Yes. All right. So who did we say?
Empress.
Empress choose.
We have some big numbers
Chocolate is saying, I see me before Empress. Hold on.
Okay.
Did I refresh? Just let me just look to see.
Okay, let us look on that to see if we made an error.
Because I did it from the main screen. I did not go on my phone. All right, so teacher P is saying, oops, sorry, yes, it's Chocolate.
So, okay, sorry about that,
Chocolate.
Empress. Chuck Life,
400. Sorry,
that score
Chocolate.
will be going to Chuck Life, 400 points. Okay, so as a matter of fact, I have to now repeat the score once again. Teacher P on 100 points. David on 300 points. Tiffany on 700 points. Nova 1,000 points. Ricky Ricardo on 1,200 points. Sassy 1,300 points. All right, we want to see how we got on 6 bars. Some 6 bars, some potential 6 bars today. No?
Gosh, guys, I did not refresh. I did it from the main device, and that's what happens when you don't refresh. Sorry. All right, so Chocolate choose the next category.
But you know, say like the trip, we're going to have 2 bosses, you know. Like we're going to have 6 and 7 bosses.
All right, Tiffany's laughing.
Oh, this Friday is so competitive. This Friday is so competitive.
Empress said, no, sir.
I tell you.
That's a piece of saltness and my internet never worked earlier. Osh. Marlon. All right.
Right.
The board festive.
May I tell you? At the first I ever seen the board like this.
Said, okay, Osh Mama from Sassy. Chocolate, I think I need to shout like Ricardo. Yes, Chocolate got it.
Yeah, man, the board busy tonight.
And Chocolate is saying trivia for 500. What is the name of this dance? What is the name of this dance? Let's see if I can return some people Jamaican card. I'm not taking the nationality like client. Man, if you don't know, be quiet.
You're going to my bread. I'm not bread.
You're not British, you're British.
No, France, my friends.
Right, what is the name of that dance? Let me see if I can return some Jamaican cards.
Yes, man, we're getting us to some deep Jamaican culture here.
Teacher P said, big up yourself, Chocolate. Ricardo is saying 6 bus Delco. And Sylvita is cheering on Truck Life. And Ricardo said, I threw my wake late. Charlie saying 6 bus Truck Life.
Oh, Charlie, because Truck bus, 6 bars. Why Charlie I call Truck Life 6 bars? You know, it's set right in our Truck Life for first boss.
No.
Truck Life for the real boss. Truck Life for leaderboard right now.
Did I just read? Okay. Truck Life, so Ricardo, I wish you were still sleeping and laughing. Oh my goodness. All right. So what are we under Jamaican trivia?
So, okay. It's just the answer to come forward now, right?
All right, and I see the answer that I'm looking for, so I'm going to reveal it. And what is maypole? All right, so I am going to go to the little device and I am going to refresh, which I have, so I don't make another mistake there. Quadrille, I not even remember that dance.
Quadrille. And
Kumina. So I go get a reminder of all the dances now.
Quadrille, Kumina. what will come in.
All right, so first on the board with the correct response is David. What is Maypole? Then Ricardo, and that is for 500 points to David. So we have Kumina as a reminder.
All right, here goes. So
forgot the poll.
David surged himself in a little bit shorty on the board. All right, so there you have it. Teacher P on 100 points. Tiffany on 700 points. Nova on 1,000 points. Ricky Ricardo, 1,200 points. Sassy on 1,300 points. Truck Life leading the board, 1,900 points. And David insert himself stronger from 300 to 800 points. David, your time to choose a category.
Okay, let me release the board. All right, there we go. And reminder of the dances. So we have Kumina, Merengue,
Merengue.
yeah, Ska. I think the person meant Jankuno. That's Dukuno. Quadrille, I didn't remember that one. Quadrille. Oh, she said the picture is very small. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
I said the picture is very small.
Right.
So Marlon, you're killing me. Okay, so she put Maypole. Just looking at different dances because some of them I didn't even remember. Percy, I wonder if I know Jamaican Day God. I never prepare for this. Oh my God. All right, so let me see. Oh, Sean was saying can't see the picture. Oh, I'm sorry.
And we're not able to, are we able to get it any bigger?
I don't think so. And it is gone. Which one was it? Jamaican.
Oh, okay. And so who's supposed to choose again?
No, I wouldn't be able to get it any bigger. David.
David's supposed to choose again.
Come, David. Let's see if he is chosen.
All right, David, your time to choose a category, David.
I guess it depends on the device you're using because it
Yeah,
will be on our device.
Yeah, depending on the device.
Okay, so Wayne is saying night, everyone. My earpiece
Bless up yourself, night.
Working. Okay, no problem, Wayne. Thank you so much for joining. Really appreciate you and have a wonderful and blessed weekend. And a wonderful and productive week.
Once again, thank you for passing through, Wayne. Really appreciate that.
Charlie's laughing at thing you said. Truck Life is saying, Ricardo, go back to sleep, you know. All right, let's see if he has chosen. Okay, saying trivia for 200.
Trivia for 200.
Name the national hero born in Manchester, Jamaica. Name the national hero who was born in Manchester, Jamaica. Name the national hero who was born in Manchester, Jamaica. Daniel said, nearsighted mystic, you want blind me. Hush. I guess maybe because you guys are using smaller devices, but it's because my device is bigger, it's showing big on mine. I'm sorry.
It's the type of devices that you're using, guys. If your device is small, then it's going to reflect a very small window where that is concerned.
Empress is saying, oh, how I'm misspelling and question makes it due to how people don't watch them all the time.
Yeah, we have to bring back some.
Teacher saying good night, Wayne.
So,
who gave the point? Wasn't it David?
Yeah,
David got the point. Yeah, David got the point.
So did has David chosen any?
Yes, he's chosen. Seriously, that's a dance. Yes, it's a dance. Ricardo said, Tiffany, this no look good friend. Tiffany said, no, Ricky. Sylvita said, truck life, stop going like you're afraid of Sylvita, I know.
Mhm.
No, stop going like you're afraid of Ricardo, you know. And David is not saying anything. Should be saying Ray, truck life. Oh, there was another Brookings. Forgot about Brookings. Yes, that's
Mhm.
another dance.
So I'm coming up.
Teacher P said Jamaica Day not come yet. Heritage Day gone. Yes, somebody had mentioned coming up. All right, and I see the answers that are coming in, and I see the answer that I am looking for. So I'm just gonna reveal it. Who is Norman Washington
And
Manley? And Mr. Manley was born at Roxborough, Manchester on July 4th, 1893. So big up everybody who live in Roxborough. You, one of your sons is a national hero or is a national hero. All right, so let's see who first came in with the correct answer. Okay, first on the board with the correct response of Norman Manley is David, and that is for 200 points. Then Empress, Ricardo, Truck Life.
All right, so David surge a little bit stronger here. So the score as it is again, Teacher P on 100 points, Tiffany on 700 points, Nova on 1,000 points, Ricardo 1,200 points, Sassy on 1,300 points, and Truck Life leading the board with 1,900 points, while David just won 200 points, extend him to 1,000 points. David, your time to choose a category.
All right, so three left on the board. Choose a category.
Okay, so
right, so it's saying trivia for 100. All right, Marcus Garvey was born in this parish. Marcus Garvey was born in this parish.
that is a given.
Marcus Garvey was born in this parish, and that's why it's only for 100 points, because everybody should know that one.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and I am telling you, everybody run out strong.
Strong.
Yeah, come out strong. Why not? Why deal with me so strong? It's as you said, David can sleep now. Okay, all right. First on the board with the correct response of what is Saint Anne. What is Saint Anne? And that is Tiffany for 100 points.
Okay.
Then Teacher P, who is Nova. Then Marlon, Ricardo, Truck Life. So everybody run out on this one. Everybody run out on that one.
Okay, so there you go. There you have it. The score is Teacher P on 100 points, Tiffany on 800 points. Tiffany, time to choose a category. And Nova, 1,000 points. Ricardo, 1,200 points. Sassy, 1,300 points. David, 1,000 points. Truck Life in the lead, 1,900 points. And at this time, we are calling congratulations for Truck Life to win the week officially. We have 600 points on the board, which that added to any score, right?
Wait, we still have
would be equal. The only person
one more double here, double point answer. Oh,
you have one double point
so please
answer.
nobody run out so
Okay,
fast.
all right. Yeah, that double point answer is a killer. So I have to anticipate that.
So Tiffany said religious knowledge for 100. Right. God told Noah to. Everybody run out. Come Sunday school students. Sunday school students run out.
Boy, Empress Byron, I'm going to start lighting up the candle. Boy, Empress like a show.
Yes, Charlie. Marcus is a son of the Jamaican soil. He was born in Jamaica. Well, at least you learned something new tonight. And Sylvita said, finally, Marlon, but no points. So she said, lol, Empress. And I see the answers coming in. So let me reveal it. Everybody knows that. What is build an ark? All right. So.
Oh, let us see this. This is the double points.
Nope.
Double score?
Nope.
Oh, jeez.
All right. So. Ricardo, first on the board is Ricardo, and that is for 100 points. What is build an ark? Truck life, Empress, Dion. So everybody coming in with the correct answer. Tiffany, Sharon,
So-
everybody.
There you have it. Teacher P on 100 points. Tiffany on 800 points. Nova and David on 1,000 points. Ricardo and Sassy on 1,300 points. You have some ties here. And Short Life in the lead, 1,900 points. Wonderful performance from Short Life. Anyway, how you swing it? Whether I want to come first or second.
All right.
Wonderful performance.
All right, so just one left. So I am just gonna reveal that, and it's a double point answer.
Wow.
Give the names of the 3 Hebrew boys who were thrown into the lion's den. The names of the 3 Hebrew boys
And this is a
who
given.
were thrown into the lion's
Let
den.
us see who is going to win the night. Ricky Ricardo have some potential here. Sassy Diva has some potential here. Is it going to be Sassy? Is it going to be Ricardo? Is it going to be Chuck Life taking it home? Or is it going to be Nova or David? Right? It's a double points. So all these persons have the opportunity to win the board tonight. Either it is Nova, Ricardo, Sassy, David, or Short Life. Let us see what is going on.
Sorry, into the fiery furnace. Oh my God. Ricardo, thank you for correcting it. It's the fiery furnace. It shouldn't say that lion's den.
All right.
Name the 3 Hebrew boys who were thrown into the fiery furnace. Sorry about that, guys. But you guys have been on the right track answering. Thank you, Pastor Son, for correcting me.
Yeah, me Pastor Son there, and I say you can't flip.
Fiery furnace, the lion's den is Daniel. Thank you.
And I didn't even realize it either.
Mm-hmm. And Teacher P was correcting, and yeah, Teacher P was correcting as well. Yes, it's 3. So you know, you
Exactly.
guys went to Sunday school. All right, so Teacher P, I think you need to refresh there. Wait. No, I think my thing jumped. Okay, sorry, my thing jumped. By everyone, some motor accident just happened by my home.
She seriously injured.
Oh no, I hope
Wow.
no one is as there's no demise.
All right,
there.
Charlie, take care, man, and thank you for passing through. Appreciate it.
I hope there's no demise there. Okay. All right, stay safe, Charlie. Happy week. Have a wonderful and blessed weekend and a wonderful and productive week. Okay, guys, so I'll have to fix up that question here. All right, so let's see who first came in with the correct response. Who is our Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego? All right, let's see who first came in with. All right, let's see who first came in with the correct response. All right, first on the board with the correct response is, drum roll, Nova.
Nova take the night.
So double your score.
And that's what, 500
double
points?
points, yes.
1,000 points. So congratulations, Nova,
Tell us again.
for the final score. Nova
So we
take
put Nova
the
instead of
board.
2,000.
2,000 points. Unbelievable. All right, what a performance, right? So Nova there, 2,000 points, clipping Truck Life by 100 points. Congratulations, Nova. Serious win. Nova came through on that final
Wait, she said,
answer.
and check again. All right, let me check again. Oh my goodness.
How are we going this one?
Somebody else said check again. Oops. And check again.
Let us see what is going on.
Wait. Is Daniel board?
All right, we put a hold on the winner. We are checking to
Yes, it's Nova.
So we checked and it is Nova.
It's not the Lions then. It's the three boys. It should have been the Ferris.
Yes.
And it's not the Lions then. Sorry.
So
But, Nova.
I did not just load up my mouth for the previous announcement. Now we are reiterating it with confidence. Congratulations again, Nova, for taking the board this week. 2,000 points go to Nova. Truck Life in second place with 1,900 points. And wow, Sassy and Ricardo, right? Third points.
Wait there. They're saying she said what is, I'm sorry, I didn't realize. Sorry. She said what is. That's why they're saying to check again.
Okay.
Sorry, so first on the board with the correct response is Teacher P, who is Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego.
Whoa, Teacher P and okay, so we have to take back that. My apology.
Sorry, Nova. Sorry, you
sorry,
Nova.
Nova.
Who is? I didn't realize
you should say exactly. So by the principle of the game, we have to give it to Teacher P.
And that is 1,000
points.
That's
1,000 points.
P.
So Teacher P, 1,100 points. Put in now Teacher P as a serious contender on the board. So let me just do some thing here, and we now make the winner. So the winner is originally Truck Life. Big up yourself.
So you don't need to change it.
Hold on, I'm just getting a clear paper to write it down. All right, so let me just do some score shifting here. All right.
Teacher P said God is good. So Ricardo said that David gone off the board, then Sassy's laughing. No, sir. Hold on. Let me go back up. Yes, I realized.
Okay, so guess what?
Is.
Guys, we have a problem here between
Teacher P points.
Guys, we have a problem here between Ricardo and Sassy because both of them, right, partially tied for second place. So we're gonna have to ask both of them to answer one more question so that we can place them orderly, right? Because of the time. How many points
Nova have there? So Nova have
1,000 points.
1,000 points.
Yes.
All right. So and this is 1,100.
Yes. So they are in second place. Both of them are in second place. Sassy and Ricardo. So we have to ask in order to place them, right? Because one of them is going to go down and then somebody's going to come off the board. So we'll
All
be
right,
asking.
let me just bring up a previous template then, and then you can choose one of the categories, and let me see. I have to bring up a later one.
So,
All right, let's do week 12. See what's on that. All right, so let me share the screen. And the
so
only
it has to be a low number, with 100 points, because you don't want to give them any big points so that they can upset any winner there. Like the first place winner. So start with a low point. So you
no,
want
it's
to
just between
differentiate
both of them. So
Yeah,
whoever
okay,
answer correctly,
all right.
it doesn't matter.
Oh, okay.
All right, so let me just share the screen. Number 12. All right, so Sassy and Ricardo.
Sassy and Ricardo will
One
be.
of you choose a category, and whichever category one of you choose, that's the category we're gonna go with. Oh, Ricardo said math for 100.
Okay.
All right, let's see. Name of an angle that measures less than 90 degrees. Name of an angle
That's a
that
given.
measures less than 90 degrees. Yes, I see.
Ricardo.
Okay. What is an acute
Angle.
So any
So-
angle between, yeah.
So Ricky Ricardo win that.
All right, so Ricardo is in second place.
So
there.
Ricky Ricardo in second place.
All right, so
And Sassy is in third place.
all right, let's see what the chat is going on
And
with.
Teacher P is in fourth place.
Let me.
And
Wait, let me go back up.
fifth place goes to David. And sixth boss equal Tiffany. So Tiffany, you are wearing the sixth boss stripe this week. So this week, Tiffany is the sixth boss.
Hush,
All right, hush, Tiffany. But you know you're the sixth boss for this week. So the score as it is, Truck Life winning the board this week. Number one is Truck Life, 1,900 points. Ricardo, 1,400 points. Sassy, 1,300 points. Teacher P, 1,100 points. And David, 1,000 points. All right, so
Alright,
there you
so-
have it.
Marlon was saying, and can you add 5 more questions so I can get a chance to go on the board, please? And Ricardo said, Baron, come go up and laughing. And Sassy saying, yes, but our answer, okay. All right, so congratulations to all the winners tonight. Congratulations
And
to
all the persons who participate as
Truck
well.
Life, who came out on top
Alright.
tonight with Ricardo trailing behind.
Yeah. So Truck Life for the real general.
All right. Ricardo said, tone of words, may I shout tonight, you know. It's okay. No, Samaj, Nova. It's just a little technical. Just lost it by technicality.
Okay.
Nova said, tell him we did love Sunday school. Ricardo said, my run get flopped to Kakafan. I would say, truck life went on, then we go mess it up. All right. Remote sound like seaside apartment.
Ricardo, what we do?
Empress said Ricky and seems sleepy, so she not see it here well. Oh, yeah, I'm having a headache, guys. I just need to get some Tylenol as soon as I'm finished. And teacher P saying God is good. And Ricardo is saying, right, then David gone off the board. Almost drop off.
You almost drop off.
He said, lol. And teacher P said, I save you truck life.
Exactly. It's teacher P who won that. Save truck life, preserve truck life to be the winner.
And Ricardo said, a Baron confidence sweet. Teacher P said, lol. Empress said, me not even graze it much.
Well,
like
it's a very good game. Very
very
competitive game. And we had more persons that joined the board, so that is good. Right, but it was a good performance tonight.
And teacher P said, make a good team, truck life, lol. And Empress is saying, Ricky, the internet. Yeah, we know your internet not so well. And Sassy said, Ricky, Sassy said, Ricky, can you give me the winnings, man? You get your winnings, Sassy.
Yeah.
Teacher P said,
Jaja.
And she thought, she didn't get it.
No, man, teacher P came through on the last question there. So you really can't count out any person, until the last question asked. See, teacher P is a perfect testimony of that.
Teacher P said, lol, and Daniel is saying, got a teacher P. Ricardo is saying, Baron, leave with joint second place alone, sir. So he said, thank you, Ricky, we'll share it. And Chocolate is saying, teacher P, and look how you were ready to give up and give away your points.
Yes.
Ricardo said that with Baron, That with Baron, no. Teacher P saying, I can still give you chocolate if you make good up support. So he said, don't it, Ricky and Sylvita is said, teach and truck life, my teacher and classmate. And Empress is saying, Baron love conference, you never know, Ricky a big debate. And truck life is saying, teacher P lol. And teacher P said, lol, Sylvita, okay. And
blow.
Empress says she knows say Matt's Ricky would have choose. All right.
All right. So any person's number that we don't have and want to communicate their numbers relates to where the credit needs to be sent to.
You can just hook me up on IG and I have teacher P's number unless she wants it to send to somewhere a different number, then she can let me know. So but they're saying truck life can't say him don't learn anything when he goes to school.
Man, tell you.
Saying, that question was so tempting. I had to
truck life performance seems to be evolving almost every week.
Mm-hmm.
Truck life getting better and better and really challenging
and faster and faster with the time.
So, futuristically speaking, I think truck life is going to be a very serious challenger.
Okay, and David only looking at him having mouth keyboard, him not saying a word, and teacher P said, never did bad for my first try, not at all.
That's true, teacher P, because you came through and being on the board and defended too.
David said it would have been a tie between me and Nova. It said you did well, Teacher P.
Yeah.
Teacher P, you did very well. You get an A.
Yeah, but
plus.
Nova, I think Nova is for the first time, and Nova performed extremely well, right? As a first-time performer, Nova really did well. Congratulations for that, Nova. Nova came in
Nova's
what?
been on the board before.
No. Oh, Nova has
Yeah,
been on the board
yes.
before. Oh,
And for Empress is saying I enjoyed it here, even though I didn't grace the board. Going to sleep now. Have a long day tomorrow. I have to wake up by 6.
all right.
Okay, Empress.
Thank you
rest
so
well,
much,
happy.
Empress.
Have a wonderful weekend. Okay, 6 bars, Steve. Teacher P said, who laugh last, laugh best.
I tell you.
Ricardo said, truck life win, yes. Teacher P said, I have 1,100 points, Sylvester. And Empress is saying, Tiffany and laughing, no, so I'm glad me never grace it because I did 6 bars. And congratulations to Truck Life. All right, so.
I really enjoyed this week challenge, trust me.
Truck Life said, I never thought I would even get first place over here.
Then Truck Life, that's what I'm saying, that you have been evolving.
Yes.
Right? And so then in no one's mind that, okay, Truck Life is just lucky, right? Because Truck Life leave from the first time Truck Life, hug up the 6 bars crown, and then Truck Life totally let it go.
So that's it.
And now taking the crown, which is good.
I'm telling you. And Truck
Right?
Life is
Wonderful performance on Truck Life. Winning the board tonight. That's awesome. That's awesome.
And Marlon is walking away disappointed with his hands.
Sorry about that, Marlon.
Oh my goodness, Chippy said la. Ramp. Truck Life.
But Truck Life put up a royal performance tonight.
Sylvie just says, yo, make sure your answer send $25 come Truck Life. Joppy say yes. All right. Truck Life says, Sylvie, this are 50, and Teacher P saying yes, it's a great game. And Sylvie
I really enjoyed it.
I didn't try. Yes, he did.
Yes.
Teacher P said, I grew up in the church. Yes. Stuffus and Marlon is saying, I knew I would get even one right. If Ricardo never we go up. I keep trying, Marlon, you will get there. I used to be just like you. Oh my goodness. Marlon said, love me, Sylvester.
Marlon, don't worry, you'll get there. You'll get on the board, Marlon. You'll get there. All
right, and Empress has dropped my IG. It's on _mystic2, so can send me the numbers there that you want your credit sent to. And Ricardo is saying he's going back to 303 digits, up to 303 digits.
Which is 303 digits? For Ricardo?
Yeah.
303 digit. Ricardo.
Oh my goodness. Take this thing. 303 digit.
All right.
And so she's putting it there, and Instagram. Thank you so much for putting it there, Empress. And David is saying he wants it to go to his 408 flow.
Okay, David, 408 flow.
Yeah. And put Digi beside Teacher P's number. I have Teacher
P, Digi?
Mm-hmm. Digi, yeah.
All right. Anyone else? Sassy, your number is good. Truck Life, anything?
And Marlon is saying, Ricardo, I was this close to getting on the board, and then you are right. Truck Life is laughing at you. It's over it's there. Danielle is saying, big up everyone. Big up yourself to Danielle. And Teacher P saying, I made a lot of mistakes with the what is and who is. Yes.
Yes, Teacher P, because you'd have done much better.
Yeah.
If not those errors.
And Nova also, she made that error as well.
Yeah, Nova made an error as well.
And Truck Life is saying everyone performed well tonight. Tonight was really nice.
Yes, really a wonderful performance overall, you know.
And And Teacher P says, for real truck life. And I've reissued some people's Jamaican cards. I did not take the nationality like
Okay.
Lion said.
And so
But
Marlon
I
said,
took the
in
cards
spite
and
of
issued
it
them
all,
back.
I had great fun.
Yes.
Yes, that's
I'm
so
glad
true.
you did. Thank you. And Teacher Clive is saying, Teacher P, we both made history tonight. And Shirley said, congratulations to all the winners. Thank you so much, Sharon. Yes, congratulations to all the winners tonight. And Teacher P said, Truck Life smart long time. It's him fingers did slow. Yes, but
Yeah, which is true.
him step up him really.
But him step up in game because he's getting much faster.
And see, he's having input record of it. You know what? I don't want to say the wrong word. Input Ricardo in second place. Let's put it that way.
Okay.
I don't want somebody to tell me to fence up my argument. And Teacher P said, yes, to Life, that's a sign, lol. And Truck Life is saying, Teacher P and laughing. And Teacher P said, let's celebrate.
There you go.
Let's celebrate. Cheers. You're on cream done. All right, and Teacher P saying, Hala Sylvester is so hilarious. And Truck Life is saying, wonderful topic, wonderful game as always.
Thank you, Truck Life. And my wonderful audiences as well, right? My wonderful listeners. Thank you for coming through and be here with us.
Sorry about that, guys. My finger just
All right.
accidentally.
So that is it. So this is your board right here.
Okay.
Okay.
Let me just make sure I did not miss. Okay. Well, I'm saying, hey, chef. Oh, Tara. Blessings, Tara. Welcome.
Hey, Tara, what's up, Sister Tara?
Send blessings to everyone. Good night, Tara.
All
Thank you so
right.
much for coming. Really appreciate you being
Thank you for
here.
passing through, man.
And David is saying, good night, everyone. I'm jumping off now. Have an amazing night and the rest of the weekend. Same to you,
All right.
David, and salutations.
Bless up yourself.
Going out there to Tara, and from Tara, and Empress is saying, and I thought you guys were still in jail. I didn't even notice the background.
Exactly.
Yeah, we got back wee hours Thursday morning. So
yeah,
we are back. I'm still a bit jet lagged. I'm having a headache. My ears have not fully popped. And Sylvita is saying, Truck Life, hope I see you in class Monday morning.
Tara is saying Teacher P.
Okay, salutations. So I will
okay.
jump over the salutations. Of time. And Empress is saying, send mine to my flow number. Okay, all right. So 228. Okay.
All right.
And Truck Life is like Mrs. Anna laughing. Teacher P saying so true. Truck Life is laughing. Teacher P saying lol and laughing. Truck Life is saying, Teacher P, did you catch the blue ear? And yes, the tail end of it is pretty blue.
So my wife hot.
Hmm?
So wife you hot with the blue ear.
Let me burn up your chair.
Woo!
And Teacher P is saying great life.
Yes, Teacher P. Thank you for
Thank
that.
you, Teacher P. And Sassy saying on call, but I'm here. Okay.
All right, Sassy.
And Truck Life is saying blue festive, but thank you. And Teacher P said, I'm just seeing a Truck Life. Thanks for pointing it out. And Sharon is saying, have a blessed night, everyone. Same to you,
Same to you, Sharon, and have a wonderful weekend as well.
Ricardo said, well, keep and looking. And Teacher P saying, thanks, Sharon. Have a great night. And Ricardo is saying, good night, lovely people. Good night, Ricardo from
All
Teacher
right.
P. Congratulations to all the winners tonight. And guys, I am going to bid you good night. And Empress is saying, and you read the comment, good enough. Me not evil
Very much less. 0 points.
I'm protesting my brain get slow. Yeah. Yeah, but oh my God, Chuckle, me say Mr. Barrett and laughing and Teacher
All
P
right.
said, yes, Mr. Mystic, your wife is pretty and hot. Oh, thank you, Teacher P.
Yeah, man, she blew me up.
And Teacher P said, good night, beautiful people. Good night, Teacher P. Again, thank you
Yeah.
each and everyone for
Have a
joining
wonderful
us
weekend,
tonight.
Teacher P as well. And you all have a wonderful weekend.
Okay, guys, we really appreciate you being here. You know, you could have been other places and doing other things, but you chose to be with us, and we don't take that for granted. Really appreciate it. So I am going to say have a wonderful and blessed weekend, a productive week, and you all walk good, stay safe, and God bless.
And love you all.
Okay, we
All
are
right.
out.